A very long time ago, I felt like being independent makes content creation or the things I want to show and stream much easier. I don't have to deal with wars, for example. And I go there, though, if I know ahead of time to get pretty pictures.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
We also know what's next, and I want to see that. Because when you're there live, there's usually tie-dye, and you could basically play this on your printer because of the FPS you get. But, you know, you can record this, and, well, I don't want to get ahead of myself or ahead of what Warlock Industries is going to put up. I'm super excited to see this, because I think this is one of the main selling points of EVE. If you are not just scrolled out and see these little red dots, if you actually experience it right in the middle of things, this is what gives me goosebumps.
And Warlock Industries, he came out of nowhere.
Absolutely.
I don't know, 6 to 9 months ago, and he has gained notoriety very, very quickly, more than a lot of other content creators that I have seen come and go over the years. We had the chance to meet him here. Great guy, by the way. We'll see him on stage next. But he's also creating a whole lot of content around here. Some of it we might be able to show later, so stick around for sure. But he is taking it to a next level. Like, I haven't seen that sort of production value on fan-created videos a lot.
Do you know about his accuracy level, though, of commentary about it? Is it increasing, or is
no, it's not.
No idea. Okay.
No, I am never there when the
hardly accurate.
But in terms of pretty picture, he's knocking it out of the park. And honestly, he's getting a lot of love out there on Reddit, on Twitch. So I feel like if he was wildly inaccurate, people wouldn't believe it.
Absolutely. Talking about content creation, why did you start streaming?
Honestly, I was creating my little spreadsheets for myself, and I was amassing ISK like a dragon for years and years. And at some point, there's no point in doing that anymore. So I saw that pre-pandemic, just before the pandemic, Twitch was something that was happening. And me being already old at the time, I wasn't like daily using Twitch. I was, you know, seeing a little bit of YouTube, a little bit of Twitch, but I saw this is a perfect avenue for me to be sharing my spreadsheets and knowledge that I had gained over the years and get some feedback from the community. And in the beginning, I didn't think anyone was going to watch it. I mean, it's a niche in a niche in a niche, but you know, pretty quickly got a good following, and I've been streaming for 6-7 years and never looked back. Love it.
Yeah, I mean, it's about making ISK without undocking.
Yeah.
Everybody wants that.
It turns out making ISK is good content. You know, ask Loru. He was on earlier. It feels like if you put making ISK in the title, people are going to watch it.
I think I need
I
to
gotta change my title
from Loru.
to making ISK.
Yeah. Are you not sitting on a trillion ISK, Ernst?
No,
No.
like 50 billion liquid, because somebody was nice enough last week. That's pretty much it. Most of the ISK I blow up, or, well, there's some giveaways at times. And we also have Tudor's Fleet, for example, the NPSI, where you get SRP every Saturday, 1200. Join us. Also new players.
Good luck.
Everybody's welcome.
Did you said earlier you were at the ESI panel, right? Because the guys at EVE Workbench, they called you out. I don't know if you partnered with him, but he specifically named your fleet.
Okay, listen.
Yeah.
One of the EVE Workbench guys is part of Team Common Nonsense. We talked about collusion earlier, right? There you go. That's how it works.
I think that goes under marketing. It's fine.
Okay.
It's okay. I have to get the guys to give me some sort of API for the market where, you know, I know beforehand what fleets you're flying, what's going to die, what we need to replace. I think we can make something happen there. EVE networking at its best.
You just need access to my draft of my fits.
That's right.
But it's 50-50.
So we're about to go to Warlock, but I want to ask you one more question. The minis. Do you paint minis in real life?
Contrary to popular belief, I don't have patience. I couldn't. I don't know. My fine movements in my hand.
No.
No, it's spamming F1 that works, but everything after that.
That's all. Yeah, I thought the Swiss were famous for the watches, right? So I think painting minis.
I actually have been watching videos on that lately. This is a weird thing to admit, but it's kind of calming seeing somebody in really nice gloves working very patiently and slowly and
nice.
no chitter at all.
That might have been the most Swiss thing I've ever heard in my life.
Sorry, I'm weird.
But for you guys out there, here you can paint the minis. If you haven't tried the EVE board game, I love it. Have you tried it?
I got
Is this
one
new?
of
This
in
EVE board game?
boxes at my office, but
you've never played it? Oh, maybe we have to play it on stream somehow. But I love the game. Like those types of games are great, and the little models are fantastic. So if you play EVE and you move those things around, it does something with you. It's like it's not just like playing any other board game. It's like amazing.
And it's huge.
Okay, cool. But we're going to go to Warlock Industries. I'm very excited about this talk, so I'm going to take my heads off and run over there. And I hope you guys all enjoy his stories about creating cinematic videos in EVE Online. Enjoy.
Every single frame.
If you've ever wondered what it takes to transform chaotic engagements in EVE Online into clear cinematic narratives, you've come to the right place. Please welcome Warlock Industries.
Wow, this is incredible. I'm reporting literally from the front lines. Just a disclaimer, I have not rehearsed any of this. I'm just winging it.
Semi-accurate battle reporter.
I do have cinematics for you guys to watch because I am the appetizer before the main event. So let's get, hold on, where am I looking here? Okay, so if I click this, all right, why semi-reliable and not reliable? Just one reason, because there's always a side that thinks they're right. Simple as that. And I always get the facts wrong. That's how it is. This is so small. Sorry, guys. Also because I get information wrong. And yeah, I'm gonna go to the next thing. One of the things people ask, what is my godly PC? If some of you guys seen my footage, when there's crazy tie-dye, 2% tie-dye, your frames are 3 FPS, how do I turn it into 60 FPS smooth cinematics? That's the secret that I'm here to tell you. This is my PC. It's a 4070 Super, 64 gigabytes
Literally
of
the
RAM.
same
That's it.
PC as me.
There's nothing to it. I literally have a PC like all of you, but there's one trick that I do when it comes to cinematics, and it's how do I film with no lag? Easy. When you're doing cinematics, obviously you cut out the jitters, but the main key with tie-dye, and it's not fun to film in tie-dye, is you have to film at the speed of tie-dye. If you guys know,
what is tie-dye?
To get the cinematics, you need the 3D Space Mouse. That's where the magic happens. It's where you get the cool panning shots, you get the action shots, you get the cool explosions. It's the only way. But in normal speed, you can go like this. But in tie-dye, I'm sitting there going like this. I'm literally there. If it's 10%, I'm at 10% the speed. I'm filming for 10 minutes for a 10-second clip. And that is the secret to turn your tie-dye videos into cinematic videos.
What is a tie-dye video?
Dedication, yes. Think of the Atzioff battle that happened. 17-hour battle. Let me tell you, I was sitting there the entire time, 15-minute recordings for like 5 seconds. It was brutal, with dedication. Another question I get. Some of you guys may know I blow up a lot of shit in EVE. Titans, supers. In December, I fed about 500 billion, and a lot of people wonder, how do I make all my money? I double it, yeah. I sell a lot of mining permits as well. So if you guys need some permits, you can come talk to me. I'll hook you up. But realistically, everything is plexed. This is how I make my money. I plex my way. It sucks. It's the only way I can make my money in EVE. It's the only way I can feed content to you guys. Because I don't really have time to do any mining. I don't have time to do missions because I'm always on the standby to record all your battles, all the cinematics. I gotta be ready. I can't do it if I'm stuck in Abyssal. It doesn't work. It's the dedication, like you said. Now, the reason why I do what I do, and sorry if I sound like I'm rushing through this, I made some kick-ass cinematics that I wanna show you guys. That's why I'm here. So we're gonna get to that. The reason why I do what I do is because I love to archive the battles of EVE Online. You hear all the stories, you hear all the threads, the Reddits, you see it in Discord, but you never see what happened. Maybe you see a screenshot of 10,000 Vexers or whatever, and it's just this big blob of red dots, but that's all you see. That's why I like to capture it, archive it, so people can go back and see the history of what happened within the storyline that the players tell everybody. Oh, man, I'm getting blind here. What does that say? Yeah, so it's also to push the boundaries of cinematics. EVE has come a long way from 2003 graphics to what it is now, and it's such a gorgeous game. I know most of you do potato mode. I can't do that. We don't film in potato mode, but EVE, if you actually put your graphics on, EVE is such an amazing looking game, and I love to display all the beauty that it has to provide, especially all the updates that have been recently coming out. If you've seen the asteroid fields, all that, chef's kiss. This is another one. How am I everywhere? I'll tell you my secret. My spies and all your alliances. I'm in your corp. I have a character in all your places. You have no idea. But that's not really what it is. The truth is, I'm just in the right place at the right time. That's all it is. I have maybe 4 accounts across all of EVE, and I'll see a ping, I'll see a post, and I am rushing my ass to get over there to hopefully get a cinematic, and most of the time it works. And I'm usually cloaked in the stereo, just there, recording, and that's my secret. It's really nothing to it. Making cinematics is a lot easier than you think. All you have to do is remove the UI, put the screen a little bit closer to your ship, and you'll notice how easy it is to capture really good cinematics of EVE. And that's what I like to do. I like to showcase the beauty of it. I like to showcase how I got into the game, which is watching the epic trailers that EVE has made, or sorry, CCP or Fenris, sorry. And, well, this leads me to my next segment on storyline cinematics. There is one narrative that I'm always going to push, which is trying to get storyline cinematics into EVE Online. Because as we know, in EVE, the storyline is based on the players. We have epic arcs, somewhat of these, L4 missions or whatever, but we don't really have a proper campaign. So I will always be pushing a narrative to try and get a campaign within EVE because I feel like it's been over 20 years. I think it's time for a proper storyline within the game and being able to get in there. You got your missions, you have the actors doing the voiceovers, you warp into a system, a cool cinematic battle happens. Maybe you're like a newbie that has joined some sort of NPC fleet to learn how to fly fleets, and you see these actions. These are the things that I want to portray in the game. Because EVE has this deep, deep storyline of all the factions. You see it in the trailers. You see it from the scope, which I'm at competition with, as some of you know. You see it on their posts that they do. But that's kind of all, that's where it stops. That's why I want to try and push the limits of EVE into a more narrative storyline that expands the content for everyone. So what is my next slide here? What just happened? I broke it. I think it's a video. Oh shit, lights, please.
This was a peaceful operation. Someone please help. We have civilians aboard.
In all the years of peace and prosperity, the attacks came without warning. Pilots across New Eden were hunted down by the Empires, a blanket of death sweeping across the cluster. And some say that during the Galente elections, a plot within the Amar Empire was devised by a cabal of spies to move beyond their faction conflicts and push the war toward the coalitions. But something deeper was hidden within this story, and it all started with a rock.
This is Scout Command 1 to Fleet. Initiating Sino for jump. All units, stand by for departure.
Delta Minor to Scout Command. Fleet is aligned. Systems are green. We await your mark.
All ships, final check. You jump on my command. Mark in 3, 2, 1, execute.
All right, everybody. Listen up. We don't know what causes this anomaly. But what we do know is that it produces the most valuable minerals known to man. This right here is a phased field. A rare anomaly saturated with prismaticite. A volatile resource that can be refined into any element in the cluster. Origin is unknown, and stability is uncertain. Stay sharp and keep your eyes open. We're gonna strip every fragment of this rock. Then, we're gonna get the hell out of here.
As alliances bled the anomalies dry, the Empires did not sit back. They launched an invasion. A new gold rush had begun, and they would drown it in blood to seize their claim.
Captain, hostiles are on D-scan. Enemy Sino detected.
All pilots, activate shield hardeners and get the hell out of here. Send out a distress signal.
Captain, something isn't right. You need to escape now.
Negative. My ship is in siege. I can't.
Captain, scanners indicate that it's a Cayman dreadnought.
A Cayman. Shit. I can't withstand a Lancer shot.
Get to the escape shuttle.
They have control.
I think they need to get Warlock Industries to make all of their trailers.
The Kaldari stick has opened fire on us. This was a peaceful operation. Someone please help. We have civilians aboard.
After the events of the Galente elections, nothing has been the same. The Empires began to push outward. Not for conquest, but for control. Entire regions were brought to their knees before they could understand what was happening, all under the banner of security and stability, as if the growing coalitions had become something that needed to be contained. But beneath it all, something else remained. The real threat was never just the fleets that blotted out the stars. It was the anomalies and the cabal behind the shadow of the Empires. Now, the lines are drawn, and it falls to you to decide where you stand and what the real enemy truly is.
pretty wild that he gets that all in game.
Man, that was epic. I didn't. That was a lot of like bass. Yeah, so that's the expansion of 2032. No, I'm just no. That's not. Unless Fenders, if you guys want to talk, we can arrange something. But yeah, I always think it would be cool to have like some sort of storyline where we could have like these sort of amazing cinematics that go with all of this, as well as not just trailers, but also in game, where you're actually playing and you have these little segments of storylines that actually happen and you're following. And I know some people don't like it, but like a single player campaign, even though it's in the EVE Online universe. And I think for me, it's a step forward for content for EVE Online, because for me, I got into all of this because of the trailers. And I've seen so many comments on my videos about people coming back to the game because of the videos that I provide. And I know I'm a little late in saying this, but for those of you who don't know, I do cinematic battle reports for the stuff that goes on in EVE Online. I strip away the UI, I strip away most of the politics, I try, and I just showcase the sheer just beauty of the game, of these battles. No matter how big or small they are, I try to make them as great as they are. And that's always gonna be my purpose, and that's always gonna be my drive. So if you need some recording, I'm the guy, just send me a message. There's another question people ask me. Why don't I work for CCP?
Yeah, why?
Fenris, and I can tell you why. This, when I recorded, I did not realize it's a cursor, and once again, another cursor. I didn't realize until I submitted this and saw it when I was here in Iceland, so there's a certain professionalism, so I got some work that I need to do before I send in my resume to work for them. Next thing.
War on the
Scope. Ever since Warlock Industries came to broadcast, the scope has been a little bit quiet. That's all I can say about that. That's all I can say. There's no more. That's for next time. What else do I have on the slide? Right. See you next time. Hold on. I'm not done. Hold on. We got more cinematics for you. You think I just showed with one video? Come on. I got one more. I am the appetizer for what's to come. I know you guys are all here for the main event. So obviously I'm gonna feed you some cinematics before you see some cooler cinematics. This is what you guys actually know me for. And for those of you that don't know me, you're gonna see what I actually post. And some of you will be familiar with the names that you're gonna see in this video. So sit back, enjoy, and relax. Lights, lights.
Welcome, pilots, to the most mildly accurate reporting station in New Eden, where cinematics come first, and the facts are...
mildly accurate.
Somewhere down the list. We just want to say thank you to each and every one of you for undocking, blowing shit up, and turning New Eden into one of the greatest stories ever told. Here's to more battles, more chaos, and bigger explosions, because one pilot's destruction is another industry's profit. To everyone who helped bring these videos to life, thank you. And with that, we'll stop talking before Concord realizes our tickets might be slightly questionable. As always, this is Warlock Industries, providing cinematic battles and semi-reliable reporting straight from the front lines.
versus EVE University, the Great Cheetah Brawl. Oh, you guys can't see the dates of the battles. These are all recent. Pretty wild.
That is what I do for all my videos. So if you want some cool action, just reach out. I will record it for you, make it look epic. I got a few minutes left here, about 6. There's one more story I wanted to tell you about the semi-reliable reporting and where it came from. Because I used to never narrate my videos. Someone in my corp decided to say, hey man, you should maybe tell us what's going on. And so that's what I had to do. And so the first time I did that, it was with the alliances. I don't know if it was a CTA. For those that don't know, I'm with Sigma Grindset. I don't know if there's any Sigma guys here. Yeah. I'm talking to Seeps here, by the way. This is your fault. I didn't know what the story was at first, and I didn't realize that the supers that got destroyed and why we were attacking was Sigmas. And so I made my first storyline on what happened, and boy, let me tell you, I got a nasty little DM about it. It's a little professional, but he was kind of kind about it. Seeps, yeah, great job. You're the birth of semi-reliable. Ever since then, I had to adopt the tag because I realized that I'm gonna get in a lot of trouble making these videos. And what's the best way to cover myself? Semi-reliable. Doesn't have to be correct. That's it. And that is how it was born. So that's what I want to let you guys know. I got 5 minutes. I don't know if I'm allowed questions. Maybe? I don't know. Do what I want. Yeah, I don't know if there's a mic here though, so. That's the way it's done. That's how you get a good edit, by the way. Cool footage, sick music, make some cuts, make an epic montage. Very easy. A lot of people think it's very hard to record these. It's not. Honestly, you just, what is it, Alt F9, take away the UI, move the camera around a bit, press F1 on the FC's command. That's it, you're good. And by the way, most of the time when I'm in these videos, for example, the Imperium, which is what I'm part of the coalition, I'm in these battles. I'm recording, I'm in the battles, I'm making these montages, I'm getting on the kill mails, I'm doing all of it at once. And a lot of people think it's super difficult, but it's really not that hard, because the majority of the time, you're in fleets of like 100, you target a guy, you press F1, and then you're just kind of just waiting. I mean, that's about it. So that's what I got for you guys. I hope you enjoyed the cinematics, the little appetizers for what's to come, and thank you for having me. You'll probably see me running around doing reporting literally on the floor, so if you see me, come say hi. Thank you.
Ernst, what a day, man. We're coming up to the keynote, the EVE keynote, and so far today we've seen people talking about markets, we've seen space is beautiful, we saw Google AI on stage, the president of Iceland. What a day. What was your favorite part of the day?
I'm actually pretty excited about the DeepMind going to play EVE Online. Not the same we are, not
and
like
losing
us yet, maybe. I don't know, hopefully not. We'll see how that goes. That was very fascinating. And your talk, I mean, I will probably evolve from just dumping to buy orders after today. I hope we can, you teach me more, master.
Hopefully. But what about Warlock Industries? How cool is that presentation? When he shows EVE Online content, man, it just makes me want to play the game every time. It makes me undock every time.
Man, every time I am in one of these tie-dye battles on a live stream, I'm really sad I can't do some sort of reverse tie-dye for the viewer to get this.
I need to know what
live. So
these
this
tie-dye
content is
battles are that they
mind-blowing
keep
and
mentioning.
makes, people who otherwise wouldn't really understand like this sort of battles or what it means, how utterly insane this is, and this helps a lot to just experience a fight that may have taken 8 hours in 60 FPS and a cinematic experience. He should call himself not Warlock. He should be Magician. So it's magic. Absolutely stunning.
I think his content is really, it's going to be immensely important to bringing new people into EVE Online, because you see those videos, you see the amount of ships destroyed, the battles, you see
it's honestly some of the best content about EVE Online that there's ever been.
Even in something like the Alliance Tournament, which is the EVE Esports essentially tournament, even then it's sometimes hard to grasp from the outside what it really means to be an EVE battle, and Warlock does such an amazing job at capturing that and showing it. So hats off to Warlock. He's really changing the game in war reporting in EVE Online.
All right, and yeah, for those just joining, what else happened? You checked stuff in the venue. What's the coolest thing you've encountered?
Honestly, I said this earlier about the security panel. It's very cool to see the action behind how to ban bots, how to find people that are cheating at the game. I love that. That is interesting. I love the ESI panel as well. So all the ecosystem of apps being developed outside of the game client about, it's such a complex game, and anyone out there creating apps to make people take part in industry easier, or to be able to have intelligence right in the browser like the Rift guys were showing yesterday. This entire ecosystem around EVE Online is so amazing, and there are so many people that are passionate about creating new stuff, be it painting minis, knitting, or making an API app outside of the client. Is just amazing.
It's crazy. Also, the feedback loop you might get from on this. For example, we kind of have a Dotlan-ish 2D map now. And you would think that this is not of a major consequence, but in my case, for example, I'm a messy. I have like assets in hundreds of stations, right? But since the 2D map is in game, I actually enjoy planning the route manually on this map, and I'm even undocking and doing it. So the whole the player identifies something that is somewhat of a shortcoming in terms of how they interact with the game, and then fixes it, and eventually it feeds back. That's just glorious. I don't think there's any other game doing this sort of stuff.
No, and I love the fact that CCP or FC is now taking more and more cues from the community and putting it back into the client, because for a long time
so massive that FC was able to buy the game back.
Was more and more happening outside of the client instead of inside of the client, because the tools were getting better. And now with stuff like the 2D map and more information at your fingertips, I am a huge proponent of showing more information in the game client so people don't have to leave anytime. And this is coming from somebody who creates Excel spreadsheets for a living for EVE Online.
Yes, and you went to a cave, right?
I went to a cave, which is quite insane, right? Because I don't know if you guys know, but in Iceland there are actual lava caves.
Oh,
so
in Iceland.
Has gone through.
When I arrived 2 years ago for the first fan fest, I was like, are we on the moon here? It's so different. The grass really isn't green. It's not green.
And they actually have barrels inside of this cave making gin, and we got to taste the gin yesterday, which it's like a cherry on top on that experience. And for those of you out there that don't know, CCPB, he was actually streaming from inside the lava cave and killing spaceships from inside a lava cave. I don't think there's anything more Icelandic that I've ever heard of. So hats off to CCB. And if you guys can find that stream, I implore you to go watch that recording.
There's another recording though, something that was edited. We need to talk about.
So you guys also saw Warlock Industries and what he does. And we kidnapped him yesterday and we took him into the lava cave, and he recorded a little bit of a segment for us, right? So production, I don't know if you guys are listening, but can we show that video of us in the lava cave?
Yes, we're ready. All right.
Perfect. Here we go.
Okay, so Monty just kidnapped us, put us on a bus, told us we're going to a lava tunnel. He made sure I didn't have epilepsy, so that's a little concerning.
Do you have sound?
I'm scared, Damien. I'm scared.
Make it darken.
3, 2, and 1.
Empty is the night for the lost and the weak.
Lava tunnel. Lava tunnel. Right. Lava. The lava tunnel. Why am I doing this with my legs? They have booze in the lava tunnel.
They're making booze in the lava tunnel.
I see why Monty brought me.
CC. I almost said CCP Monty. FC Monty.
I would say, oh yeah, I'm getting hints of chamomile, rocks. Just like a lot of rock flavor going on. It's
Earthy. They call that earthy.
And he said there's a
Yes,
skin
very-
in the bottle. Do you taste the skin?
A skin in the
yeah,
bottle.
this yeah, no, I'm getting that. No, I don't know how. I don't know why it would be.
The tour guide said, "There's a skin in the bottle,
it's-
whatever that means."
There's a barrel.
Barrel's
over there.
down there.
It's just they did it.
They make it there.
Is that a stalagmite or a stalactite? Which one?
Warlock Industries on the camera, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the place that they make all of the crystals. Look at these T2 crystals everywhere. This is where they make them. Show them, Warlock. Show them.
Those are
That one place, XE streamer.
stalagmites.
And
Ones
FC
that right?
Jordan B. You did that stream with the hard hat
I'm
on the
99%
computer in the lava tunnel. How do they get internet down?
How did they get internet in a lava tunnel?
Further in Delve, I think I'm further away now. No, he sent me to an end system, you asshole.
Let's go in the lava tunnels.
Yeah.
It's going to be a great time.
We're going in.
Now that we had a couple shots at you.
Laura's wearing a Slytherin scarf, in case you wondered.
That's the best Harry Potter house, Chad, in addition. Am I right, ladies and gentlemen?
I'm scared, Damien. I'm scared.
I got you.
Jarvis, turn off all the lights.
Okay, ready?
Make it darken.
3, 2, and 1.
We gotta just watch this?
Lost in a week.
Okay, no.
Our foundries will blaze with a red flame of construction as every new ship of war is baptized in blood and fire. Let our sacred work begin. Let our swords reap the harvest of the great truth. Become one with me in power and seize life.
We made it, boys. We made it. Thanks, CCP. I mean FC.
Yes.
Little-
Everybody.
I feel nice and warm in the cave. What is it?
Man, you had fun yesterday. Why did you not call me earlier?
Sorry about that. Yeah, we missed you in the lava caves, but you saw that. That experience was absolutely amazing. We were in the cave. The demon showed up. It was something about blood sacrifice. It was absolutely insane. So welcome back to
Blood
EFANFest,
sacrifice
guys. What
and,
you just saw was Warlock Industries
Viking mythology?
video about
No.
us going into a lava tunnel here, and it's just one of the many things that are so great about EFANFest and this experience. Absolutely amazing. But we have the EVE keynote next.
Oh, here we
Aris,
go.
What are
Is
you
it-
expecting from the keynote?
Is it? This
A
got to be the
lot.
expansion,
No
right?
pressure. I have no idea what to expect. I hope it's going to be some more information about when finally Exordium is going to open up. I thought it will open up before FanFest. What will happen? Looking forward to the deep dive then tomorrow as well. But I want to be in awe, and I think we will be. And we'll talk about it when that happens. So in terms of expectations, if you would ask Chaos, he would tell you, yeah, the gates are gonna get destroyed and Cheetah is yeeted somewhere, or like yesterday. But I hope it's not that consequential.
I think a lot of people are on edge right now, because if you
Check
haven't been
yourself.
following EVE Online, then you know there's a new newbie region, Exordium, right? Where finally
There
EVE
you go,
Online also
C-Mac.
has a newbie area.
CMAC, it's got a newbie area. Now you can play and not be so scared of getting killed all the time.
Where you're not
made an
immediately
area
shot on
just for
sight
you.
when you join the game.
Not by players.
Not by players, maybe by who knows, NPCs. But it's been a lot of speculation about what this will
I think it
mean
is live,
for
Colt.
the main trade hub, for example.
I think it is live. I'm not positive. I haven't played the game in a few months. I'm sure there's some other EVE viewers that can confirm if it's live or not. But it's basically like your, I don't know, like your Tearsful Glades or something like that. Like kind of get your feet wet. You know, you can play it for free, like I said yesterday, kind of learn the basics of the game, and then decide when you want to move out into the regular sectors. You can then move out into high sec, which is still, we were talking about it yesterday, still pretty secure. You're not going to get hit, killed all the time. And, then move around from there. There's a lot of players that do nothing but stay in high sec areas. Relatively safe. They can mine relatively in peace. They can, do missions and stuff like that in peace, relatively. So a lot of players don't go into low security space or null security space
for JITA, and whether Ulai will be coming back as a central trade hub.
But the newbie area is for people like CMAC.
So we can't wait to see the keynote and see what will be announced on it, and we will probably find out more about the expansion and when it's coming late.
Yeah, I guess leading up to this, for those who haven't read the patch notes, I did 2 days ago at the hotel. I read them for you. It seems like Concord has taken over Cheetah, and things might even have more changes a couple of months from now. They said 6. Right now it's still the Kaldari Navy that runs the 4-4 plays, but you never know.
That's about to change, right? So we're going to see.
Wait, did he say the Kaldari has taken over Jita?
Massive changes in EVE Online, and I don't want to make you guys nervous out there. I'm the market guy, so
Yeah, but you couldn't act on it because you're a CSM.
That's right.
You know stuff. Oh boy, this must be so hard.
For those of you out there that don't follow EVE regularly, the CSM is the Council of Stellar Management. So EVE Online is crazy enough to have its own player representation.
This is cool.
And if you're on there.
Basically, the players elect a governing body to represent the players who interact with the devs about the game and where it's going and what players would like to see and that sort of stuff. It's pretty cool.
As I have been for the last 3 years. And you actually sign an NDA and you can't talk about what's coming there. That's why I'm always very careful about what I say. But I say there is something coming. Something will be happening, Ernst.
I mean, I would completely expect that. I believe you.
Very good. Ernst, when your new expansion comes out, like for you as somebody who does streaming of events and current ongoings and sites in EVE Online, what does it mean for you when a new expansion gets announced? Do you always look at it from a content creator lens, or what? Like, what does it mean for you?
So, generally speaking, I'm happy when more people are doing things. So it is actually quite some work leading up to an expansion. I try to, there's hoboleaks.space. Are the market guys using that as well, by the way?
Absolutely. HoboLeaks is the page that releases the difference between the test server and the live server, if you're not following it. So it's your best way to see what's coming ahead of time. Usually, FC is very aware of that site existing, so sometimes they put little Easter eggs in and they try to confuse you of things that are happening. So be careful acting solely on HoboLeaks, but it is definitely a tool that people use to do exactly that.
And it is a primary source for me to, even before a patch hits, to kind of try to guesstimate where the fits are going and prepare something. And then obviously, the Sleipnir last time, it worked, but it wasn't really that good. Sorry for that. Although, I still bank on the Tristans. That just goes on.
Is there new ships that you're looking forward to? Like, do you think this expansion will bring new ships? And if you could pick a ship, a new ship class, maybe a new faction ship in an existing class, what would that be?
Okay, 2 things.
Yeah.
I kind of expect a ship that doesn't exist in game yet, maybe in the SOCT line when the event track extends. Having some hopes there. As for what ship I would want, that's a hard one. I mean, I kind of got it with the last edition of the Odysseus. The weird thing is, this is kind of my favorite ship, but it's too expensive. I can't afford it.
The Odysseus is what, about 1 billion ISK?
Oh no,
more?
it's much more.
Much more?
Much more. Yeah.
Okay.
But it's an insane value. And
It looks good. It can do almost anything. It's like a perfect wormhole diving ship, right? You can scan, you can fight, you can do anything.
yeah, and you can go out there, and it's basically your van for a month, and you can just live out of this, and then eventually come back with way too much stuff in cargo. But yeah, on stream that's not really an option either. So there's that. I've done that in the past, and gets your hearts racing.
If you go out on an Odysseus, people will just because you're flying an Odysseus try to kill you. It doesn't matter whether you're a streamer or not, by the way. If you're just out there flying an Odysseus, people are going to chase you.
It's going to be a short segment for sure.
It's blingy.
It is absolutely blingy. I mean, at the end of
It's
the
a
day,
cool looking ship.
There are a lot of ways to mitigate things, but the bigger the ship is, the harder it is to be fast enough to counter whatever could happen to you. So the Odysseus is not it in that regard. So it's not content for the stream unless you're a CCPB or another FC running tons of capsticks for the fleet around, and then eventually end up in. We saw that on Thursday. Actually, there was the LAN party.
Yep.
Right? Did you see the Proteuses bowling the apocalypses?
Amazing.
Okay, the next
and you know
section
what
is about
else
to
is
come.
amazing? We're going to be able to see the EVE keynote now. This is the moment that everyone's been waiting for. I am hyped, all right? I can't wait to see what CCP or FC is going to be throwing at us. So, you know, we'll be back afterwards. We're going to be talking about it. And let's go keynote.
Put your hands together for FC Orca.
Welcome to FanFest, everyone.
Is it FC Orca? Is he saying you get instantly mugged on that ship? The ship that he's talking about was a ship that they just released last year, and it was like a huge deal because it's a multi-purpose ship. It's very good at several things. It's also very expensive. So one of the rules of thumb in EVE Online Cult is don't fly anything you can't afford to lose. So there's not a lot of people that are willing to fly this ship because people might just see it and say, you know what, we're going to come after you. Right? So usually if you're flying this ship, it's because you're flying with other people and stuff like that. So, but that's kind of the rule of thumb. Don't fly anything that you're not, ready to lose. Right? So, the Odysseus is, let me show you a picture of it. Excuse me. Let me show you a picture. So here. Actually, I'll just drag it down. This is a picture of it here. So this is not a very high detailed picture of it, but it's a multi-purpose ship. You can do a lot of stuff with this ship. The problem with ships in EVE is the bigger they are, the less agile they are. So this is a medium-sized ship. So although in a one-on-one fight against certain ships, it could win. Against a bunch of faster, smaller ships, it could get into a lot of trouble very quickly. So that's what he meant by it's not very agile and it's stuff like that. So you got to think of ships, Cult, in EVE Online like basically a different class in any other MMO. There's literally hundreds of ships, and they each are a little bit different from each other. Some have benefits in some areas and are penalized in others, and it's kind of like that through all the ships. And and obviously the more expensive the ships, sometimes that the better they are, but they're also more effective at some things, but less effective at others. So, although you might think that a lot of these really big, super huge ships are like the greatest thing in the world, you can start off in EVE Online and within a couple of days be flying a ship that is extremely effective in EVE Online in any battle. Alib, if there's any drops with EVE Online, I've got drops turned on, so you should be able to collect them if you're sitting here watching.
Amazing to see all of you here in Harpan, and of course, welcome everyone joining.
It is FC Orca. I'm assuming she knows what an orca is.
Us on the stream. Now, this is the 18th edition of FanFest, but the very first one hosted by...
Looking to see if I recognize anyone here.
Fenris Creations. I am FC Orca, formerly known as CCP Orca. This will take some time getting used to, but we'll get there. Now, FanFest has always been a very special moment for me and all of us at Fenris Creations. It's a chance for us to come together in
You actually
person
called the company
and
by the
meet
right name.
all of you. Share some stories of what this amazing community has built. Now, some here are joining for the first time. By the show of hands, who's joining for the first time? Whoa, whoa, amazing. Well, a special welcome to all of you, and to the rest of you, please go easy on them in the pub crawl. Now, looking at the wider EVE universe across all our titles, there's energy everywhere. Different players, different experiences, but all share the same spirit of ambition, some conflict, and of course, the amazing community. And today, we will hear from teams across Fenris about where the EVE universe is heading. We'll dive into the next expansion for EVE Online. Talk about the latest development in EVE Vanguard. And share the vision behind EVE Frontier.
So for those of you that don't play EVE, these are 3 totally different games.
And we'll also hear from FC Helmar, who will be sharing his big picture view of where the EVE universe is heading. Now, our mobile games give players the experience of EVE wherever they are. EVE Echoes brings the full sandbox spirit of EVE to mobile, while EVE Galaxy Conquest delivers the strategy, rivalry, and conquest of New Eden into a focused mobile format.
No, her nickname is Orca. I'm like, she speaks English well enough. I'm assuming she knows what an orca is. Like, it's, I mean, sure.
Over the past year, EVE Echoes has expanded into a more structured PvP, tougher PvE, and stronger corporation-driven conflict. Titan Descent is the next update.
They get to claim a dev name when they onboard. Yeah, they've all the devs, like I think everybody in the company has a different name. They used to be called CCP Orca, which CCP was the name of the company. When they bought the game back from the company that owned them, this just happened like a week ago, and I explained this yesterday on stream. The devs bought the game back from the company that I'm trying to remember the name of the company. But that the parent company owned games like I'm drawing a blank right now. But anyways, it was a much larger company, but it was losing a ton of money. And the only product of theirs that was making money was EVE Online. Earl Abyss, thank you. But so they sold off EVE Online back to the devs who created the game, and basically to pay off a bunch of their other games that they're trying to make and stuff like that. And so everybody in the community is extremely excited. It would be akin to Blizzard, like the original Blizzard development team buying back World of Warcraft from Activision. Like that's essentially what's happened. So everyone's super excited. But anyways, the company was called CCP. When they bought the game back, they changed their name to Fenris something, FC. So now they're all called FC Orca instead of CCP Orca, etc., etc. Yeah, they bought it back for a massive profit. Yeah, I believe they had a minority investor as well to help them buy it back. So, I mean, huge news for them. Now, what people are wondering is where, like, EVE Online is making money. The problem, though, is that they're spending a lot of money developing EVE Vanguard and EVE Frontier. So people are wondering what's going to become of those two side projects, right? Because they're spending a lot of money on it. But we'll have to wait and see. I think EVE Frontier sounds like a really cool idea. It's very sort of similar-esque to EVE Online, with just maybe more survival involved. And then EVE Vanguard, it's an FPS game that was supposed to work in sync originally with EVE Online. So these planets that you're flying around in EVE Online, EVE Vanguard would be players down on those planets fighting for resources and stuff like that. Now they've since distanced themselves from that idea, but I heard
starting. We will be back in 3 minutes.
Hey,
Hampius is now following on Twitch.
Hey, Hampius, thanks for the follow. I've heard rumors that they announced during the keynote here. They'll probably talk about it when we get into the Vanguard stuff. That there is going to be some interactivity between the two games. EVE Vanguard's in development longer than... No, it has not.
Brings the most requested features in Echoes historically to mobile with the Titan gameplay built specifically for EVE Echoes. And EVE Galaxy Conquest has recently been updated with pirate invasions, new ships, and a new map.
Does anyone actually play these?
And soon we will introduce a more first season-based onboarding experience with
mobile
achievements and Gurista invasions. Followed later this year by the Relic explorations, adding new PvE challenges. And
I've had advertisements for these mobile games like a number of times, and I would like when I first got them, I'd never even heard of them before, and I was like, are these like legit games or is this some sort of a scam? And I guess it is actually developed by FC, formerly CCP. I don't know if these mobile games are actually any good though. I don't like playing games on my phone.
Fleet conflicts. There's been a dedicated player council established for EVE Galaxy Conquest that is already helping shape the game. And yesterday, mobile players met to discuss these updates in more details and share their input. Now, let's turn our focus to what you guys have been up to, starting with the Alliance tournament.
So this is like their PvP tournaments. So they have these on the weekend,
kind
of
like
like
when it comes to competitive play in EVE.
WoW does.
And last Alliance tournament, we saw the tournament underdogs, Meta Reloaded, go all the way to, give them a shout. Go all the way to the finals to face off against the tournament veterans, the Tuskers. And the matches were intense. A match went into sudden death and then into reverse tie-dye, speeding up wildly, making for some great TV. But ultimately, there was a clear winner, the Tuskers. Give them a round of applause.
So again, think of these ships that they're flying as different classes, so they have different abilities, right? That some of them, they shoot missiles that do different things or use drones or whatever, but they also have ships that specialize in crowd control and stuff like that, so like snaring and stunning or healing, stuff like that. So you create a team, or when you're running a fleet, you have a mix of these teams. It's kind of like having a raid and having a mix of different classes in your raid. You have a mix of different ships. Because if you went with just like one type of ship, you'd just get destroyed.
But it's not all about the Alliance tournament. Community tournaments play a crucial role for the competitive scene to thrive. And since last year, we have been improving our tools so that you can try out some new things. The Angry Game 7 was held in April with tournament organizers creating an incredibly fun new rule set. And thankfully, the new updated tools were able to support that. And we can do more, and we want to do more. And sometimes that's talking about the tournaments to build hype, or sharing some very high-tech videos so people can better understand it. We need a little bit of that. Because we know tournaments are more than just explosions. There's a huge amount of work that goes on behind the scenes. And we're continuing to improve our tools, making it easier for all of you to run events, try new formats, and create some more new epic stories. Because we all know the best ship in EVE is friendship. There you go. But, wait for it. But the second best ship is championship. So Alliance Tournament 22 is returning with rules coming out very soon, but we can share a bit about the sponsor. So the Amar will be taking the reign this year. With new prize ships and rewards, which feels fitting, giving the Empire's unique place in EVE tournament history. From the Amar Championship to the Succession Trials, where Capsuleers Combat helped decide who would ascend to become
Well, he's
the
probably an
next
Amar
ruler
player,
of the Amar
C-Mac.
Empire.
One of
So
the
stay tuned for more information coming
races
soon.
that you can choose to be when you
EVE Partnership
start
Program
playing.
continues to grow and expand into new part of the EVE universe. And as a part of that, here at FanFest, we will have our very own player host taking the stage. So we have Oz, That Guy Toxic, Erst, and Lormurth live here on site, bringing you real-time reaction and some Capsuleer banter. And this year, we are introducing the EVE Creator Awards, new annual FanFest tradition celebrating the creators and developers who bring New Eden to life way beyond the game. It recognizes the community creators whose passion, creativity, and work inspire Capsuleers across the universe. And for this first edition of the EVE Creators Awards, we had more than 2,000 creators nominated across 8 different categories. With shortlist finalists were selected by 2 juries based on impact, creativity, quality.
Did she say 2,000?
And for this first edition of the EVE Creators Awards, we had more than 2,000 creators nominated across 8 different categories.
I'm not gonna lie, I
With
didn't realize there
shortlist
was 2,000
finalists
creators
were
in EVE Online.
selected by 2 juries based on impact, creativity, quality, and technical excellence. And we will be also be presenting the Polaris Award, recognizing a lifetime of contribution and achievement within the community. All winners will be revealed tomorrow during tomorrow's award ceremony, which will also be streamed on Twitch.
You're right, Colt. Maybe I would have gotten a vote
is
or
so
two.
much more than the game. There's a whole ecosystem of software and
Zing.
services and experiences that the community has built alongside of us. Filled with art, stories, design, tools, events, objects, all inspired by New Eden. And it keeps expanding. Like Project Discovery, this year marks the 10-year anniversary of Project Discovery, one of the most powerful examples of what makes EVE so special. You, the players, contributing to something bigger than the game itself. And together, Capsuleers have advanced real-life scientific research across biology, astrophysics,
Is that what you want me to do,
cancer
Colt?
studies,
Would you rather
proving
see me
that
play
New
EVE
Eden
Online
can
or
create impact far
World of
beyond
Warcraft?
its own universe. And you guys been busy. So we have had, over these 10 years, more than 1 billion scientific.
You would rather me play EVE Online? Okay, so I got a question for you. Is it because you would rather watch me play EVE Online, or because you don't want to watch me play World of Warcraft? You just can't stand watching me play the game anymore, and you'd rather watch someone else play it.
Classification submitted, which cumulates to close to 500 years of attention, with 3.6 million capsuleers engaged across the 4 projects. Well done, everyone, and thank you.
Everything I said, okay.
Now, Andrew Groen, author of the acclaimed Empires of Eve, is back with Archive, Epic of Virtual History, a premium hardcover book preserving 6 years of research into a player-made history across virtual worlds. EVE Online is featured prominently alongside World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV, placing New Eden in the wider history of digital worlds, emergent design, and player-driven communities. It's fundraising now on Kickstarter until May 27th.
On what?
Flags for Good would activate when a disaster struck and help was needed the most. Time and again, capsuleers have stepped forward, and together you have raised more than $1.2 million to support people around the world. Well done. Now, the program has evolved to an always-on initiative, allowing capsuleers to donate their plaques whenever they choose to make a difference. To start with, we're partnering with Player vs. Cancer and the Icelandic Search and Rescue, and we are looking into ways of adding more charitable organizations into the mix. We have a new website where you can learn more about each of the partners and make your donations directly. And in just over the 10 days since the new website was launched, you generous capsuleers have already raised more than 300,000 plaques across these 2 causes. Thank you so much. So this is a part of our vision of having EVE forever. Does anyone here love the music of EVE Online? Yeah? Yes,
The soundtrack in EVE is pretty fucking awesome.
In partnership with Blaze Records, we have created a deluxe double LP vinyl featuring new and old tracks from EVE Online, and pre-orders are opening right now. So you can check out the QR code there.
Really?
So in-game, you've been busy. It seems like you like blowing stuff up, yeah? The war between the Imperium and the Winter Coalition has delivered incredible moments, from more than 7,500 pilots in Vortec H to Athioth, where the Imperium Keepstar fell after once again we pushed the limits of New Eden. And beyond that war, major action erupted across the cluster, from Amimake this summer to the drone regions, including the massive TAT-RA Dread Brawl in Aquarius, where around 2.6 trillion ISK was destroyed and more than 300 capital lost. To hear more about what is happening in New Eden, please join me welcoming on stage FC Okami. Thank you.
Okay, here we go. This will be the announcement.
Elevating EVE. In our hearts and our minds, EVE has always existed as the most epic science fiction universe. But we know it hasn't yet reached its full potential. It has lived as a shadow of the universe that we imagine. When you close your eyes and you picture yourself dominating the battlefield,
close your eyes, guys.
Explosions at every side, shields low, warnings flaring, and yet you crush your enemies beneath your might. What do you see? Because that is the EVE that we are building. As technology advances and as our development capabilities grow, we can and we will elevate EVE Online.
What's Eve
This
evolve?
doesn't just mean better graphics or visual updates. It means deeper systems and richer gameplay. And maybe Logion kill me. But this is just the beginning. We will continue introducing new ways of interacting with New Eden, while refreshing existing paradigms and elevating the experience into the modern era of science fiction. Elevation is a core tenet of how we will develop Eve, which brings us to our second tenet and our new expansion coming in June. Cradle of War.
The new expansion?
Progressive complexity is our next tenet. You've already seen Exordium, a new region where Air is establishing an academy for fresh capsuleers. Even though it's the first truly safe space in Eve, it's designed to onboard new players.
So we talked about this earlier. For the Eve viewers, is this new safe spot, is it active in game now, or is it not till June or something like that? Because I know C-Mac he's terrified to play this game because he thinks he's just going to get killed. I think Cult is thinking about playing the game, but you know, we've got to do some more convincing. But C-Mac is terrified, and I've assured him, listen, there's going to be a safe area for you where you can go in and nobody will touch you. So it's not in yet? Okay.
Into the dangers.
So C-Mac, soon.
And complexities of the universe's ongoing conflicts. It's where they can build the confidence to make an impact from day one. Instead of throwing players into the deep end, we're introducing complexity gradually, helping them understand what makes Eve deep, challenging, and rewarding. A healthy, thriving Eve is one where new players can find a home in this vast universe. And while we're proud of—
So this is what I was suggesting like 6 months ago when I first started playing this game, is that they need to like have an area where new players can come in and like learn about the game without just getting whacked as soon as they leave this, you know, the starbase. So it's
Eve's depth and challenge.
Sure, they didn't hear it from me, but
players
it's
are dropping
good.
off early. And we want to make sure that they're not falling away, but falling in love with the universe that you all call home.
I think this will be a big, like, improvement for the game.
And we want to keep expanding the challenge and depth. But to do that, we need a clearer path for new capsuleers. That's where our second tenet, progressive complexity, comes in.
They need like a proper
through a—
they need a proper like way to train new players as well, because they basically just throw you in. They've got like a very basic tutorial, and then that's about it. There's some videos that we found as well that are decent, but they need to do a better job of like teaching new players how to fly their ships and build ships and all that sort of stuff. All the basics in EVE Online.
Series of staged sandboxes where they can build the confidence, develop skills, and form social connections before taking on the full
So it sounds like
cognitive
that's
load of
their
New Eden.
intention here.
And Exordium is exactly that. It's also a direct bridge to you, our veteran players. It even has shipcasters leading into some of the most intense and dangerous areas of New Eden, including factional warfare. And we're excited to see what you do with Exordium.
Yeah,
because
Cornux,
Eve—
I bought EVE like I think you mean 15 years ago. It is very difficult to get into. Like that is, I said that from day one when I first started playing. I'm like, man, because you'd play for like 2 hours and then you'd be like, okay, I don't know what the fuck's going on here, and you'd quit. And I said I was bitching about it all the time on stream, that they need to do something better about teaching new players how to play the game. And it sounds like that is going to be a hard focus with this new zone that they've created for new players. It's a safety zone where players like CMAC can go and not be so terrified of the game anymore. So hopefully, whatever way they train players in the game to show them how to play the game, hopefully that works out as well. Because I think if like right now, I honestly think that if 100 players were to try the game, you're probably only keeping like 5% after say 3 months. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I think it's really low. If you could bump that up even to like 25% or something like that, you would have like a massive population growth. And the problem is players not knowing how to play the game. They had nothing when it started, much effort has been put into the new player experience. Yeah, they need more effort though, Jorah. It's not quite there yet. Like I gave a link last stream for a bunch of like tutorial videos that they've made. They're decent, but the in-game tutorial, I think it needs to be just better. You know, like it just needs to be better.
Is your sandbox? How will you recruit? What communities will you build?
Am I playing right now? No, I'm watching a video. If you mean if you don't want me to be sarcastic, I have an active account. I haven't played in the last couple of months because I've been streaming World of Warcraft, but I am planning on getting back into it now. So I'm watching the Fan Fest to try and get caught up as to what's going on in the game.
What stories?
So yes, you will see me start to play again.
In Cradle of War, you will also experience a brand new epic arc, introducing you to the empires, their history, and their motivations. This arc will help shape new Capsuleers' decisions about where they belong and which side of the factional warfare conflict they will choose. And speaking of the empires, we have spent a lot of time focusing on the stories of the Drifters and the Deathless. But now, it's time to return to our roots and refocus on the conflict between the empires.
I found out you lived in Van like me 10 years ago. Oh, are you in Victoria?
They are the
Nice.
stars of New Eden. And
I was supposed to go over there last weekend, but I never ended up going.
their war has grown stagnant. But a new conflict is on the horizon.
Oh.
One that every one of you can help shape with military campaigns.
I like it over on the island in the summer, dude, just not in the winter. I've got lots of family that live over there, though.
How stories are told. Campaigns are a new way for you to freelance for the empires and directly influence the living narrative and dynamics of the universe.
Huh?
In Cradle of War, each empire will have its own campaign reflecting its goals and
Nanaimo
ambitions.
and Victoria.
Success or failure will drive meaningful, lasting changes shaped entirely by your actions.
You know what? I've never been in the faction warfare stuff, and I don't even think I'm allowed to because I'm in Goonswarm. I don't like. I actually think that we're not allowed to participate in it. And I've had so many people tell me about the faction warfare stuff, and I believe we're just not allowed to even participate because we are. I could have sworn it says that we're not, like in the rules. I'd have to look them up again. Because we would be at risk of like killing other people in Goonswarm or something like that. I don't know. I'd have to look at the rules again, but I would like to see them. Oh, they have a SIG for it. Oh. Are you in Goons, Dora? I played lacrosse in Nanaimo for 7 years. I do PXP now for play-by-play for hockey lacrosse. Okay, I'll have to look into that because it's something I have never participated in and I'd like to.
Any objective from your chosen empire or work across multiple fronts. Earn rewards.
Hey, actually, here's a question for Connorix. Does Nanaimo still have their arena? Or did they tear it down to build that park? I think they tore it down, didn't they? The old Nanaimo hockey arena?
And rediscover the activities that you already love, now tied into something bigger. Imagine helping the Amar bolster their economy and reshaping taxation in the region. Or aiding the Galente in developing entirely new drone technologies. Yeah. These are just glimpses of what's possible. What matters is this.
Well, there's a really nice
the outcome is
park
in your
there now.
hands.
I just couldn't remember if they
Whether a
rebuilt the
campaign
arena as well.
succeeds or fails, it leaves a mark. You will shape Eve in ways never before possible. So, how do you participate?
Yeah, right across the street from the Tally Ho, right?
Campaigns progress through objectives.
You like his
They'll
shirt?
feel familiar as they are built on the freelance jobs framework.
So is this all like faction warfare stuff that he's talking about? I don't even understand what he's talking about here. Oops.
As you complete objectives, you'll collectively advance the campaign. Objectives unfold over time, telling a story, and they range from mining to exploration, combat, and industry. There's really something here for everybody. Work as a mercenary for your chosen faction, or participate in any objective you want for any faction and progress any goal you desire.
I think he was
All of
expecting a
this
huge
comes
round of
together
applause.
in the new Theaters of War interface, a centralized way to track conflicts across New Eden and to
Is this all
understand
faction
your
warfare
role
stuff?
and impact within them. We are finding new ways to consolidate and elevate more relevant information on the conflicts happening every day. And one of our goals is to guide players from HiSec into the ongoing wars between the empires. But factional warfare has had some
Yeah, it is.
long-standing issues, from AWOXing to standings challenges. And we're addressing these through a series of balance updates, some already live, while continuing to monitor, iterate, and look for new ways for you to earn back lost standings. In campaigns, for example, you'll be able to earn a significant portion of standings with the empire that you're working for. And for those of you who love a challenge or
Hey, Connor,
strive
thanks
to
for the
complete
follow, dude.
everything, we are introducing achievements and titles to Eve. Achievements, Achievements track your accomplishments, and titles let you show them off. Would anybody go for a Titan Chicken achievement? New players will find something familiar here, and tried and true Capsuleers, you guys, will have new challenges to chase. In the first release, titles can be selected from your character sheet, and they'll appear across the game in a number of places, including the character
so this
sheet,
is
station hangars.
so you can have titles like you have in. Did you always have titles? Like, is this going to be sort of like a High Warlord or something like that in World of Warcraft? Hey, it's Tommy. What's up, dude?
Contracts, chat, show info, and this is just the beginning. We have plenty of more planned for how titles will evolve in future updates. And of course, what expansion would be complete without new ships?
Uh-oh,
Yeah.
here we go. Here is the new ships. How many do we get?
Yeah, we are introducing a new series of faction Navy destroyers. Yeah. But that's not all. That's not all. We know you've been talking about carriers and their role in Eve. In Cradle of War, we are introducing Tech 2 command carriers for each empire.
These are just different types of ships. They're really big ones that they like just announced, but it's for each faction. Did he say? But anyways, so it looks like there's 2 different types of ships out there, and like so a whole bunch within that
Put
category.
your hands together for our art team. Aren't they beautiful?
So these are just some of the really large ships that you see in EVE Online.
Tech 2 carriers will be the most ultimate support ship, leaning into high mobility and specializing in intensive command bursts. And we'll be sharing the full details and stats tomorrow in the Cradle of War deep dive.
What's the object of the game? Imagine it's just the ultimate space like conquest game. Imagine it's like Risk in space. Is that a good way of explaining what EVE Online is? It's like the board game Risk in space, sort of. Like you're basically controlling, like there's a huge amount of the universe that large alliances are competing for control over. And in order to fight these battles and stuff like that, they've got to raise the resources and build the ships and the ammunition and all that sort of stuff in order to fight these huge galactic wars. Where's the gameplay? We're just watching the FanFest right now. Hey, we're okay. Can you ever win? I suppose you could if a corporation or an alliance got big enough where they went and took over, the entire universe. But no, it's not. It's a never-ending game, basically. Like there's no like last boss to the game like there is in like World of Warcraft. Like it is ongoing. It doesn't end. You don't have to be part of these corporations. Like there's thousands of people that fly without any, like they're not affiliated with any corporation, and they just go around and kill whoever they can find. Like they're like rogue pirates, basically. So the universe is, and the game is so vast. It is really hard to explain. But in a nutshell, it's basically like Risk in outer space, except all these players, like literally tens of thousands of players that are online, they're trying to, go and gather the resources, whether it's mining or, gas or scavenging or whatever, however they're getting these resources. And they're building everything that is literally in the game. Yeah, the objective is, what Jorah said is exactly right. The objective is whatever you want it to be. You don't have to do, like, if you want to just sit there and casually mine in game, you can. But no matter what you do in the game, one way or the other, you are playing a part in this game. So if you're mining, you're still selling your ore on the marketplace, which is insanely complex. It's not like World of Warcraft where you throw something on the auction house and other players just can bid for it. Every system, and there's literally hundreds of them, has basically, it's like at least one marketplace that's in there. So different places will have different prices for the same product, basically. So there's this huge economy of, goods traded on all of these individual marketplaces, and you can scan the systems to see what the prices are and stuff like that, to see if you went somewhere else, if you would get it for a better price or whatever. And there's a huge like industry or economy of people that are buying low and selling high in other places and trying to transport these goods around without getting killed and losing all of their loot, right? Do you have a specific character, or do you just have a ship and you get new ships? Essentially, you're playing a character, and this character basically, I think the lore, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, the lore is that your characters is controlling clones of your character that is then flying these ships around that that you're able to use. So, like, if your ship gets blown up, it's not a big deal. Your clone just gets respawned somewhere else, and you jump into another ship, and your ship is basically ammunition. So it's not like if your ship explodes, your game's over for you and you lose everything. You literally have an inventory of dozens or hundreds of ships. Like you've got ships everywhere. So if you lose something, it's not a big deal. It's more of a, you know, it's more bragging rights that someone killed you than anything else, right? So it's people get worried that, oh my God, you just blew up my ship and it took me, you know, thousands and thousands of hours. That's not how it works. Like you buy a bunch of ships, whip them. They're relatively cheap because you're not flying the most expensive ship. Like you're not saving up for like 10 months to buy one ship and then you fly out and 5 minutes later you're dead. That's not how it works. Like you're literally in the game, and within a couple of hours of being in the game, you're literally being given ships in the game through whatever of ships that you'll use for years and years. So that's essentially what's going on. And when you see these huge wars that are fought with like there was one a few months ago where there was 10,000 people participating at one time. 10,000 players in one battle. And if you lost a ship, your character would basically respawn. You'd have to go and get another ship that you already had pre-fitted and stuff like that. And then you'd have to get back to that system to try and jump back into the fight until the fight was basically over. Right? So it is really a cool game. It is very difficult to learn the basics. But once you do learn the basics, it's like, okay, wait a second. This actually isn't really that hard. It's just so different from like how you're used to seeing an MMO. Like there's everything that you have in World of Warcraft, like questing and, you know, stuff like that. You have all that in this game. It just looks so different that it doesn't look familiar. It's open world. Most of the time is flying around space mining. No, it's not. That's only if you're like focusing on mining.
So, whether you are a
yes,
new
Tommy, I told you I would be
looking to build some confidence and contribute early, or a veteran capsuleer who wants to help shape the ongoing narrative of the universe, there is something here for you, along with new ships, new challenges, and new rewards. This is Cradle of War.
Is this the trailer now?
This war reaches beyond the front lines. From the fields and foundries, the cities in the sky, to the borders where empires close and foundries.
Everything that you see in the game, pretty much, Connorix, is player-made. So this here is a player-made space station. Like, they literally had to build all the different components for it. And the size of this, like, this here is one of the massive ships in EVE Online. And this is how big it is compared to one of these massive ships. Each one of these little dots is like another, like, little ship flying around it. They're huge.
To the borders, where empires clash like converging tides. Make yourself known, Capsuleer, and enter the fray. Heroes emerge in defining moments, and your moment is now. Victory demands more than soldiers. It calls on you, the builders, hackers, and traitors, to choose your weapon and turn the tide. Your deeds will become legend. Today's battles will end, but your impact will be eternal.
I'm going to be honest. I don't think that the trailer is very good. I don't think it really like does anything to tell a new player what is coming into the game at all. I mean, the trailer had nice graphics and stuff like that, and it's got people shooting and stuff like that. But I expect, like, when I see a trailer, like a trailer for a new expansion in a video game, it shows that this is what's coming in the game. It didn't really explain what's going on in this new expansion. Like, what are we doing here? Is there new ships? Why was that not in the trailer? Is there, like, they already explained the titles? Like, why did they not mention that there? And the reason why I think this is so important is because this trailer, I guarantee you, well, I know it is, it's already on YouTube. And if they're trying to advertise their game that they've got a new expansion coming out, and somebody that's never played the game before watches it, they're gonna be like, what is this? Like, why am I getting excited about this? Other than you showed some really good, like B-roll footage or something. So I don't know. I think they really matter. It has Tech 2 command centers. Yes, but they didn't announce that in this trailer, dude. It would be like World of Warcraft saying, having a new trailer and there being new races coming into the game and they not mentioning it in the trailer. This is exactly what I mean, right? Or like the level increase or something like that, right? So I think that they need to do a better job of that. The Orca said it, yes. FC Orca to you, by the way.
Cradle of War, how about that? Come on. FanFest, great to see you all.
What is Cradle of War, though?
Cradle of War.
And who's this guy?
You guys have been pretty busy blowing shit up in the even line. I went on a short Easter holiday, and he decided to break world records while I was away. Damn, I wish I'd been a part of that. Well,
I know it's the expansion name, but what is the Cradle of War? Like, this is what I mean. Like, they didn't really give away anything in the trailer as to what's new in the game. So the trailer looked nice, but what is it?
better luck next time. When we set out to rebuild factional warfare, we knew one thing from the beginning. We wanted to move away from a solved system and into the emotions of war. Because the truth is simple. New Eden survives because you choose to fight. And with Uprising, we saw this happen. New players flocking to the front lines, not because we told them to, because they wanted to do their part. They were not looking for safety, they were looking for purpose. If you give new players a battlefield, they will show up. But if you give them a cause, they will fight. Yeah?
I was just thinking that, C-Mac. I was like, is it pretty clear that I think he's German, actually, just based on his accent. And his name is FC Burger. That's pretty German. But he does look like a very Nordics or German guy. Like you could totally see this guy playing a German in a movie.
You agree? No? Yes? So this next chapter we're about to enter is based on a simple belief. Give new players the confidence to make an impact from day one. No endless waiting, no permission required, just a call to arms. They are the reinforcement of tomorrow's wars.
So this is something that we've talked about before as well. A lot of new players, their complaint is that, why would I start playing now? There's players that have like billions of ISK and way bigger ships, and it's going to take me 10 years to catch up. And trying to convince them that, no, you can actually get into a very useful ship in like a matter of a couple of days. They don't believe it, but it looks like they're trying to focus on making sure that new players can actually participate right away.
But let's be clear about something. War is not won on the front lines alone. The front lines burn bright. They're glorious.
Even if FC Burger has to struggle?
But wars are not sustained
He
by
seems
glory.
pretty excited.
Wars are sustained by effort. Ships must be built, ore must be mined, intel gathered, supply lines defended. Someone must stitch the boots the soldiers march in. Because when the Empire goes to war, everyone goes to war. This is the fantasy we came here for. This is the war machine of New Eden in motion. The front line is only the tip of the spear. Behind it stands an entire civilization pushing it forward. All participating in one war. Everyone in this room and every capsuleer out there has their place in it. So we're giving this war structure with military campaigns. Clear objectives shared across New Eden, immediate ways to contribute. From your first undock to the largest of fleet fights. This is how you turn participation into real war effort. Because when you join this fight, you're not chasing rewards. You're moving a war. Every action feeds into something larger than yourself. And that's what makes EVE different. You're not a visitor in New Eden. You're a part of its history. But everyone starts somewhere. A first frigate, a bad decision, a ship you can't really afford, but you're still flying it. But those moments matter. Because before you know it, you will be the ones commanding fleets, building empires, crushing your enemies, recruiting new blood, reinforcement that will fill the veins of your war. And military campaigns, they connect it all. Frontlines and home front, capsuleers and war clones, veterans and new players. One war, shared effort. Because in New Eden, what happens above shapes what happens below. Yeah! And through these campaigns, we will write what happens next. The next victory, the next great push, the next betrayal, the next epic saga of EVE Online. And someone else will look at your war and say, I wish I'd been a part of that.
Hello.
Oh.
Hey.
Is that it for the expansion?
Hey, yes, thank you. All right, okay, first we need to address something.
Was that it for the expansion? I thought they were gonna like. Maybe I have to go watch it again. I thought they would announce more, but.
Can I get a round of applause?
What do we get? I get that the EVE expansions, because they have so many of them, like they have multiple a year. It's not as big as what you would have in other video games that only have one like every 2 or 3 years. But what do we get? New ships? Are these campaign things new? Like, I'm still relatively new myself. I don't remember hearing about campaigns before. I don't know if they're new. I've heard of the faction warfare stuff, but I've never participated in them.
Applause, sorry, for Akami's shirt.
They're new? Okay.
Oh, man.
I'll have to look them up and figure out exactly what they're like. Now, for those of you that are my WoW viewers, EVE Vanguard was originally designed to, like I said earlier, it was originally designed as an FPS game where you would fight over resources on planets, and those planets were the planets that are in the EVE universe. They've since broken away from that, but I've heard rumors, somebody mentioned that they might actually revisit that.
Okay, if you don't know, hello.
I don't know.
I am FC Collins. I'm the game director on EVE Vanguard, and honestly, it's always just a privilege to be invited on stage to talk about the game with you all here today as part of the main keynote. It's been, honestly, a really exciting time on the project, and I'm really looking forward to spending this weekend talking to you all and showing you some of the great work that the fantastic team back in London have been working on. This time last year, on this very stage at FanFest, we were talking about Operation Nemesis, a pre-alpha playtest that we ran in September of last year. That was a really important playtest for us. Pre-alpha is a period of game development that you don't usually see. Often happens behind closed doors, sometimes before games even get announced. But for us, we wanted to develop this openly with you all, so you could tell us what you liked, tell us what you didn't like.
Yeah, it would be fun.
Tell us
Wolf.
what you thought was great. And tell us what you thought was crap. And you did. Thank you. You turned up. The Operation Nemesis, people who had played before, people who hadn't, you turned up in droves and you told us what you thought. We went through all of your bug reports, all of your
Yes,
survey
I will be
results,
streaming
all of
EVE
your
Online
posts,
again.
your comments, your threads, your videos.
Since a couple of people have mentioned this, I will be streaming WoW still from time to time, but I am looking forward to getting back into EVE Online now. I'm planning on getting my World of Warcraft character up to level 70, and then basically just raid logging. So if you see me playing World of Warcraft, no, I didn't get the issues resolved. I've just basically given up, Calitria, Seth. I don't care anymore. I've got a job, so I just don't care. I'm gonna stream EVE Online, and we'll just go, do what we do basically. So yeah, if you see me playing World of Warcraft like over the coming weeks, that doesn't mean that I'm not playing EVE Online. It means that I'm trying to level a character up to 70, and once I get it up to 70, that means I can get it into a state of raid logging. And for those of you that are not familiar with that term, it basically means that I only log in to do the raids, and then I don't really play the character other than that. And the rest of the nights that week, I can play EVE Online. Okay, so that's kind of the plan. So if you see me tomorrow or Thursday or whatever playing World of Warcraft, that is the plan. I'm trying to get this character up to level 70. And then once it's level 70, you will still see me play World of Warcraft, but you'll see me playing World of Warcraft to raid, which was what you're mostly watching me to do anyways, because that's what you're wanting to see as content, right? I'm not planning on leveling another character or anything like that. It'll just be to play the Warlock, and then other nights of the week I'll be playing EVE Online.
Your streams, and by and large, you told us first and foremost, you actually wanted a better shooter. You wanted something that felt more polished. You want something of a higher standard to the other games that you were playing. You wanted something more tense. You wanted something with higher stakes, leaning more into the brutality and the memorable moments befitting of a shooter, a boots-on-the-ground experience in this universe that you know and love. So,
I'm gonna be honest, I haven't really paid attention to EVE Vanguard. I've watched it streamed a few times. It doesn't look great, to be honest, but I haven't really given it much of a chance either.
We got our heads down, and we've been working on what is the next big and important update for EVE Vanguard. I brought with me here, before I chatter on, a quick gameplay teaser from the team, so let's take a look.
So again, it's supposed to be like a futuristic FPS game.
What do we think? EVE Vanguard is leaving pre-alpha. The time of unfinished prototypes and placeholder assets, they're behind us. Operation Avalon, running from the 7th of July to the 20th of July, is EVE Vanguard's first.
I don't know, like, I agree with you, Colt. Like, it doesn't look really all like it's just a trailer. Like, it's not even like gameplay, really.
Alpha playtest. This is a more refined but far more polished experience. This is the game looking and feeling like we want it to moving forwards. Starting with weaponry. First thing you said you wanted to see improved. We've largely overhauled how our weapons work. The position on screen, how they're held, the movement, the transition between phases, the feedback that you get, and the weight of combat.
To be fair, when I've watched it being played, it is in a pre-alpha state, so it can't really be compared to other FPS games because it was in pre-alpha. So we'll have to see what they're doing now that it's moving into beta, it looks like, or I guess alpha.
My opinion.
Because it was pre-alpha before.
Some fucking gorgeous looking weapons. This is a new Minmatar SMG. This is the game asset. This is what you'll see in game. We've been working on some Minmatar shrapnel cannons and Amar laser rifles, all built to the same high quality and standard. This is about a set of polished and finished enemies that you fight. A worthy Mordu's Legion, reserves, marksmen, heavies, drones, and turrets, all putting you under pressure. These aren't just grunts to brute force through. That's not the game that we're making. These are a trained legion, defending assets. If you step out of line, get a bit cocky, come ill-prepared, they will punish you. They will call in reinforcements, deploying troops from RDV. Or they'll just drop down from orbit directly themselves. Mordu's Legion, heavy oppressors, escalating fights, taking on squads all by themselves. There's a new map, Lost Convoy, built from the ground up for Alpha. This is an Upwell installation, one of thousands on this planet. You'll be deploying down not to explore, not to wander, but to raid.
Yes, for the tech.
You'll be raiding more
command centers
and distinct points of interest, from Upwell dig sites and refineries, Mordu's Legion military compounds, and even the
Star Citizen is, for some reason, I thought like over the last couple of years it had made major strides, but then I've been watching some of the forums and people are complaining about how many bugs there are and stuff still in the game.
Colossal Upwell command block itself. With your loot, you'll be looking to extract. And for that, you'll need to find a Vanguard harmonic bridge, a piece of infrastructure pre-deployed at various sites on the map before your arrival. You'll want to find one, activate one, nervously wait for it to come online, and then a beam will laser down from space. Anybody that gets in will have their loot, their weapons, their consciousness deconstructed and sent back to the war barge. But there's a price. Your war clone, the organic matter on you, will not survive the endeavor. In other games, you extract by getting into a lift.
Oh, it's an extraction game now?
Or simply walking out of bounds. In our game, it is a reclamation of fire. And you'll see yourself burn up in agony over and over and over again every time you want to extract. Such is the way in this universe.
Is that
But
is that right? It's an extraction game, is it like an arena breakout or whatever it's called.
that's if you can get to an extraction site. Extraction sites will be taken offline one by one over the course of your deployment until there is no way to escape. And they don't just simply turn off. They're glassed, orbitally bombarded from space to be destroyed. If you get caught in the crossfire, you will perish. That's a warning. This loop of deploy, survey, raid, loot, and extract is an important part of how Vanguard plays, and it's more polished than ever.
Okay, it sounds a little bit more interesting now.
Vendors, obtaining blueprints to manufacture more weapons, gear, and programs that allow you to craft on the surface. You'll be interacting with quest givers, characters in the universe that will be sending you on expeditions to help build Avalon, a new rightful home, a bastion for the hunted war clones in the universe. Oh, that was supposed to come later. All right. I'll get to that in a minute. Just pretend you don't know what that logo means, all right?
Right, I guess it's available on Steam, is it? Is that what it's saying? That's actually, oops. I check the game every year. Oh, you're talking about Star Citizen. I'm not gonna lie, like this actually seems a little bit more interesting now that it's like it seems that they're going more in the extraction game where you can go in and get resources and blueprints and stuff like that and actually build stuff. That actually that's kind of piqued my interest a little bit now.
So, Operation Avalon, running from the 7th to the 20th of July, is the start of Vanguard in Alpha. This is the game looking and playing like we want it to now.
Hey, Freya.
If you had previous assumptions of the game, or you've been sitting on the fence, waiting for something a bit more polished before you jump in, now is that time. Not only do we want to give you something you have fun with and enjoy and want more of, but we need more of you to drive us. Keep us honest. No excuses now. You can access
I want to see
Operation Avalon in July for free directly through the EVE launcher. But for the first time, you'll also be able to access it for free on Steam.
What? What?
Thank you. That's what I wanted.
I would never would have guessed that.
I'm hoping. No, it's not there. There was supposed to be a QR.
So you'll probably have way more people playing it, obviously, if it's going to be available on Steam for free. But I'm actually a little bit more interested in what they're doing with the game now. I think before they were just kind of getting the mechanics of the game down, where you're able to run in and shoot people and stuff like that. It didn't look like anything, but it was pre-alpha. Now it looks like there's actually like a focus in the game.
Code. Imagine there's a QR code there. But everyone here, go to our Steam store page.
Vicarious, say thanks for the follow, man.
Hey, there we go, right there. Thank you. Sorry, I can't see that here, by the way. Thank you.
Register today. Like, do I actually have to register, or it's available in the launcher? I shouldn't need to register, right? Isn't polished enough to show you. C-Mac, I know you want to play this game. I know you're dying to play this and EVE Online. You just will never admit it, because then you would have to admit that Aladar was right. Okay?
It's like pantomime. Behind you. All right. Thank you. Scan this, please. This will take you to our Steam store page. You can register for access for Operation Avalon, and I want a big whoop here because you didn't see that earlier, starting right now. So, register for access this weekend, get into the playtest in July. If you can't wait, we've got an early version of the Operation Avalon build here. Who's already played it already? Who thinks the weapon's already looking better? All right, good. So you can play that here, and tomorrow morning, we've got what's going to be quite a hungover Vanguard keynote. First thing in the morning after the pub crawl, we'll be going into more detail, but excitingly, half the presentation is focused on what's coming after
so we'll
Operation
probably
Avalon.
see...
And that includes an economic bridge between both EVE Online and Vanguard, a more permanent and meaningful one.
Oh, there we go.
Come along for that
That's
if you want more details.
what I was waiting to hear.
Register, QR codes, do it. I'll see you on the battlefield in July, hopefully, brothers and sisters.
So they are going to try and integrate the games again. I think that is actually pretty cool.
3 minutes.
Yeah, I think I might have to actually give the game a go. But the keynote or the thing that they're doing for the next day, they're probably I'm assuming they're probably going to be showing maybe some gameplay or something like that. I am planning. What time is it? Yeah, I am planning on watching the day 2 stuff tonight as well. So we will continue on. This is day 1 still.
Sisters in arms, we can raid the Upworld command block together, and hopefully I won't get a Nova knife in the back. All right, thank you very much. May I please, thank you. May I please welcome to the stage FC Ritati.
Okay, so I think this is, is this still Vanguard stuff? It is, I think.
How to follow this?
Or is this Frontier?
He is just a one of a kind.
Frontier I'm really interested in as well.
Why do we persist with growing our universe beyond EVE Online? This question comes a lot. It's simple. Because we want to give as many people as we can the opportunity to be a part of something persistent and meaningful. We want to invite them into our home of New Eden, a world that has not just persisted for decades, but grown and evolved. A home you can return to, and that home hasn't been closed or replaced with a sequel. And more than that, to make friends, enemies, and have life-altering experiences. Because that is what makes EVE EVE. Your actions have consequences. Your freedom and agency to decide where to apply those actions, whether it's to help a new player, push a campaign, or plan the next war. Everything you do has value, whether it's to you or someone else, and that is meaningful. And our mission with Vanguard is to make a meaningful shooter, which means that we need to build impact and purpose into its very core. Vanguard is not just another FPS. It's a parallel experience in New Eden, another strategic dimension to galactic warfare, another way for value, conflict, and influence to enter the universe. Capsuleers, you all, will still shape the war, but now it happens above and below. Vanguard players will derive meaning from the impact they deliver, whether they're familiar with the EVE universe or not. They will gradually come to understand that the world they live in is not grind for the sake of grind or meaningless leaderboards. It's far more than that, because it's a single shard sandbox, player-driven economy where everything impacts everything and anyone. And this fact will foster collaboration and social mobilization between the two communities in a world with no resets, no sequels, and no
So
mercy.
they are like there's more
Because
to it
Eve
than
Vanguard forms a symbiotic relationship with Eve. Both can
more
exist
interaction to the
without each
game,
other, but
or between the two
together,
games.
they are stronger. With Operation Avalon, Vanguard players will for the first time generate evergreen geographic and economic influence in the form of roaming bastions and war barges. Now, once Vanguard is live 24/7, war clones will directly impact campaigns, making them incredibly useful allies to those who want to win at all costs. And the third and future step is to allow collaboration between the two games through freelance contracts, fulfilling the fantasy of becoming the ultimate and true mercenary. But more on that in the Vanguard keynote tomorrow morning.
We'll watch that later.
Is the healthiest it's been in a long time. But we want bigger battles, we want higher stakes, and we want bolder action. We're not here to go gently into the night. We're here to grow, we're here to fight, and we're here to win. Eve deserves nothing less, and neither do all of you. Which is why we always need new players. Our battle of attracting new and returning players is always on top of our mind. Like I said last FanFest, there's no Eve Forever without lifeblood. Because of the core player promise that the nature of Eve, the butterfly effect, this applies to these new FPS players now joining us, as well as our daily source of new Eve Online players. But this is a noble and bold promise. And the majority of new players don't stay long enough to experience it. So what do we need to do? We need to keep striving for the ultimate science fiction. This is our first principle. A futuristic world full of exciting activities, roles to play, habitats to explore, to colonize and to control. This is where the brunt of our development goes, making sure that we create experiences with and across the game, but also within these lanes. How do we affect each other with conflict, and how do we collaborate? And Eve is strong and healthy because we have invested in this core principle for the last expansions, since the start of expansions, returning to Uprising. We've expanded your tools, we fine-tuned the economy, and connected conflict to meaningful outcomes. But every system needs an injection of entropy. Otherwise, it becomes stale and stagnant. And those changes to meta, balance, and the economy have been made in major updates. Oh, I missed a click. And we will make considerable changes to force projection and ansiplexes in the Cradle of War era in our major update in September 2026.
Wait, what did I miss here?
As we've stated previously, we're not going to replace jump fatigue with a new design. We're sticking to it. The changes in September will be a major change and require nullsec corporations and alliances to adapt. The changes will drastically reduce the ability to project large forces over a long distance while retaining a way for the system owners to have convenience at home. We want to reduce the impact of larger alliances and make it possible for new corporations to settle in nullsec. We will aim to have broad consensus around these targeted changes with both the current CSM and the lessons from the past CSMs to get the most precise and direct solution for the core issues while recognizing that it's going to be an iterative process.
Hey, thanks, White Star.
Over some time. But we already have a really good design. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't. But Theaters of War is not a single expansion. It's a bold vision realized through a multi-expansion arc, putting you as the commander of your ships, your drones, your fleets, and infantry at the center of the action. A minimum of 3 expansions connecting players across space and planets guiding new players, adding new opportunities to gain power and influence. And in just a few weeks, we'll take the first step with Cradle of War. EVE Online is and will continue to be the world's greatest ultimate science fiction. The future is truly ours. And in New Eden, we fight for resources and for pride and for loyalty, but it's hard to find opportunities to actually win outside of sovereignty. This changes. With military campaigns, we introduce new reasons to fight, competition, ranks, rewards, glory across the whole galaxy, and deep into high-sec and planets, paving the golden path into factional warfare. It's taking all new players on a journey that allows them to train and learn by trial and error, participate in campaigns, earn ranks, and graduate as capable, confident combatants, whether they start in space or on the ground. We're giving them an opportunity to fight, to win, to be recruited, to be a part of something bigger. The opportunity for impact on day one. Because the economy is real. Your actions drive supply and demand, from the miners to the huffers, to the explorers, to the industrialists, to the marketeers. And the risk is real because every undock is defined by the reward you seek and the risk you're willing to take, as ambitious enforcers or brave soldiers of fortune. And the meta is real. There is no greater venue for strategic mastery or cunning tactics requiring unique expertise for pirates and militia, wormholers, and even nullbears. And the emotions are real, whether it's fear, greed, loyalty, or empathy. EVE is forever because EVE is real. And our second principle is to lean into the community, which lies at the heart of everything we do. Bridging the gap from the inside to the outside, the social connection that hold it all together. The real reason to return, and the real reason we're here today, together, celebrating EVE. And now, I'd like to welcome FC Helmar to the stage.
Damn, it's good to be here. So every FanFest is special, and this one is especially special because this is the first FanFest of Fenris Creations. So, we've been going over the product portfolio.
And Nikma, thank you.
It's a bit sort of blue and red shifted. We've been taking the blue part, and now we're shifting
what is
over
carbon?
to...
I recognize these three. What is this? I've never heard of this before. EVE Frontier, I do actually have an account. I could stream that someday because I think the game itself sounds wild. We will definitely be checking out Vanguard. I don't know what this carbon is.
The red part.
Is it an old game? C-Mac, you'd know?
This is the underlying operative, greater agency. You will see it throughout these presentations. We're here to offer you guys even greater agency to impact the living world of New Eden and the frontier. And there is also another story, which is about being more open and stronger partnerships. And also throughout this, and just to stretch this back all the way to the beginning, look at that nerd. He hasn't slept for weeks. You see it here. And yeah, these fish are no longer with us.
That's a good explanation as to what EVE is, actually,
having
though.
people go up against monsters, maybe in small groups, whereas EVE is focused on building a society and supplying the tools and the rules to operate it. This has also been a guiding light, and that is also a story about agency. Ultimately, when I think of agency, this is my little spirit animal. I think of like replacement eyeballs, minority report level. You're navigating your alliance, you're putting tasks over there, you peeps on the planet go and destroy those peeps over there. Fleet does the flying, Marines do the dying. I also want to run Fenris creations like this. There's a secret plot to do that. And also tying it all together on a visualization where we can track the modness on a map. Slowly, we will get there. We will deliver on this promise of one universe, one war. Yeah. Turning New Eden. Yes? Okay, let's applause for that.
So are they? It does look like they're going back to really integrating EVE Online and EVE Vanguard. Didn't they announce like 6 months ago that they were totally splitting? And now it seems that they're going to try and integrate it again.
Vanguard really becomes another window into New Eden in a business speak sense. We're in a way turning New Eden into a gaming platform. First we had one, now we have two, maybe we will have more. But ultimately it's about this. In this science fiction fantasy, your next shot could topple an empire. So, but we do more than a game. And that is very much kind of created with all of you and all of the partners who have been building over time. Of course, we've gotten a lot better about building the EVE partnership program. So there's a lot more formal partnerships with all the amazing things that EVE players are doing across the board. I mean, we're also doing a massive investment in ESI. There's been a lot of really good elevation of that. Exactly, there's a lot of love for the ESI. But we're doing more. Now we're in the process of open sourcing the platform that powers all of this, Carbon. Here is our little dashboard.
You were lying to me,
This is
C-Mac.
exactly where we are. I mean, we've been working on this for a few years, but there's been a massive jump here this year. We're aiming to be complete in June, but already you can go to GitHub and contribute. This is the current status. This is exactly as it stands this morning. The first contribution is open. So the first to contribute, your name will live on in eternity. But talking about partnering, we are now saying goodbye to one partnership. So we have now been a part of Pearl Abyss for 7 years.
Everyone's going to cheer on this.
24 days. It has been an amazing time for us in the Abyss, but we're now returning as Fenris Creations. And I just want to give a massive shout out to Pearl Abyss and pimp out their amazing games, Crimson Desert. I'm now 200 hours into this game. It would have been 1,000, but I was a little busy. And now I'm here without my PS5. They're already like updated so much of the game. I feel like out of touch with it. I would not think that. This is honest. This game is amazing. And the story of partnership also is a lot about technology partnerships. So here's a picture I keep bringing up. It's from FanFest 2017. And I keep bringing it up just to kind of explain to everyone this was the plan all along. So in 2003, we built a supercomputer. 2016, we explored immersion, again, minority report, management, agency level stuff. It just wasn't ready. We took a break. Then we found, or we discovered the friendship machine, very much in partnership with the players. Then we did blockchain. Oh my God, that could have been a bad idea. But here we are with Frontier. It's a modding platform. It's an open economy. And then we did have AI on the map. And of course, I mean, we did the supercomputer that was TQ when it came out. It actually ranked on the top 500 supercomputers in the world. We did that with IBM, Texas Memory Systems. We had bleeding edge builds from Microsoft because we were killing SQL Server. When we did partnership with Oculus, with Samsung, with PlayStation, and actually with Google when we did the VR stuff. Friendship Machine was a partnership with e-players. And of course, we have Sui and Misten Lab here with us, sponsoring all sorts of things. And they're here in the audience. They came in force, 15 people, I think. And OK, what about AI? Well, now we know. So in my opinion, we've partnered with the best in the industry when it comes to artificial intelligence. And that is a topic that is very important for the whole world. Of course, we had the president of Iceland and me and Adrian Bolton of DeepMind talk about it at 1 o'clock. You can catch the stream if you missed that. It's a big deal. Every community has to contend with it, whether it's the Icelandic community, whether it's EVE Online, it's coming whether we like it or not. So we decided to partner with the best to kind of get ahead of it. But don't take it from me, take it from the man himself, Demis Hassabis.
Thanks a lot. Hi, everyone. I'm so excited about our new research partnership. Sorry I can't be with all of you at FanFest, although I know Adrian is thrilled to be with you in person to share some of our plans with Hilmar. I'm a massive fan of EVE. It's a beautiful, extraordinary, and totally unique game with an incredible community, all of you. I've been passionate about games my whole life. I started my career designing and programming pioneering AI simulation games like Theme Park, Black and White, and Republic. And they've also played a big part in our work at DeepMind. Some of our most important research breakthroughs have come through building systems that could learn to play games, from Atari to Go to StarCraft. In many ways, they are the perfect proving ground for AI research, and we are delighted to take this one step further with EVE. EVE is one of the most complex and dynamic gaming universes ever built, an open world with a real economy that requires long horizon planning and alliance building. It's incredible, really, what you've all created. Hilmar and I have known each other for many years, and I've long admired his work, vision, and dedication. I'm super excited to finally get the chance to work together now to advance the frontiers of AI in games, and to see where it all takes us. Huge thanks to Hilmar, the amazing team at Fenris Creations, and the awesome EVE community. Enjoy FanFest and fly safe.
Woo. So I want to emphasize a bit, this is a research project. It's a partnership about research. It's a research into artificial intelligence, but it's also a research into EVE. There's a lot about EVE Online that we really don't understand fully. Maybe I'm just super dumb, but I keep discovering unlocks about what EVE Online is and what it wants to become. And they're really good examples of what we have done before when it comes to research. I mean, EVE players through Project Discovery have contributed to a Nobel Prize for exoplanet discovery. Michael Myers, who was here at FanFest with us a few years back, a lot of the data was
Michael Myers, the guy from the horror movies?
Was kind of gurgitated by you guys and figured out exactly, and he helped a lot. Then, of course, medical sciences, biochemistry, we've done a lot of research over the years. And now we're going to be contributing into figuring out what the fuck is AI? How is it relevant to a science fiction game like EVE? And there's a really good example from both chess and Go, which are other forever games. I mean, okay, they have a few thousand years on us. We're only 23 years, but we'll get there. Is that once Deep Blue won Kasparov in chess, people thought chess was over. It is never bigger than today. Once AlphaGo won Li Zedong 10 years ago and did Move 37, people thought Go is over. Go has never been bigger than today. In both cases, there were unlocks in artificial intelligence, but also in these core games. So I very much think about this. This will unlock layers of EVE Online, just like we did in a very small way. Like this was the project we first worked on together. Aura Guidance actually is powered by Gemini, and DeepMind and Fenris Creations worked on this to deliver it. And it is helping. I mean, for example, for sure there's more left. I mean, we're talking about teaching people how to play EVE Online. That's a topic, but it is demonstrating that we absolutely can find things that can materially help. We will also do some of the wilder experiments in Frontier. Frontier is kind of almost like a sandbox where we throw all the evil shit we can think of, pull some of the teeth out, and then maybe it makes it over to EVE Online. And we're just now finalizing a massive lift. So in August last year, we finalized a partnership with Misten Labs, and they and us have been busy re-engineering the game from scratch so that it works on the SWE network. Then we had the brilliant idea to hold the hackathon immediately after. So we have 800 people jamming on, the hot code landing on, and 128 projects being delivered. And everything held up. The promise of the open modding platform where anyone without our permission can add features to the game in a single sharded massive sandbox. This is kind of what it looked like. We see there were people in person hacking away, there were people from home hacking away, and there were people hiding under a desk while their agents hack away. Like, we had all of it. It was glorious. Here are the winners. And as you can see here, there's an operating system to run society, supplying the tools and the rules to operate it. Number 1, there's a bounty contract. Number 2, and there's another civilization operating system. Number 3, there is a theme. The trick to eFrontier is that we're going to stick to the game, and people can build the rest. And it's really happening. These are extraordinary.
Getting the players to design and build everything in the game. You don't have to spend money on developers to do that. That's pretty
contributions. And on top of this epic modding platform, where you can truly, without our permission, mod a single sharded environment, we're also building Frontier the game. And to talk about that and all the glorious things there, I want to bring up on stage FC Maximum Cats.
What was it? Mutable? Ultimate Mutable Survival? Oh, mod is double D. I thought it said mutable, like double O.
Frontier the game. And to talk about that and all the glorious things there, I want to bring up on stage FC Maximum Cats.
Frontier! At its core, Frontier is a hardcore space survival experience. It is set in a next-generation virtual world. A world that is massive, multiplayer, single shard, and moddable. And the first thing that you will have noticed right there outside already is the direct flight control scheme. WSD, gamepad, HOTAS, all of that is available to you right now. And around you is a world of ancient ruins, populated by mysterious feral machines.
Universe of ancient ruins.
This world is eerie, beautiful, and deeply, deeply uncaring. A world that takes your efforts seriously, but expects the same of those who are willing to just survive here. So you will find yourself dying. A lot. Not to evil, but due to being in the way of something that you did not understand at the time. But you will learn. And it is clear that here, humanity did not make it. And that it wasn't around for a long time now. Where have they gone? Where have we gone? And in the shadows, there are things hiding. And more importantly, things to be hidden from. So you will hide. You will manage your signature because that will be noticed. You can't run too hot because that will be noticed. You can't ping carelessly because active scanning can and will be detected. See, and you will learn. You will learn to utilize the environment. You will learn to blend in, to get covered. Because here, the story of your engagement is decided way, way before the kinetic impact. And to navigate these 5D cat and mouse puzzles, we provide you with a range of realistic sensors and countermeasures, and importantly, full fidelity physics to support all that, with things like line of sight and collision damage, everything that is required to support a rich, emergent, unpredictable, ruthless survival experience. And you will also run, because it's a dark and deadly wasteland out there. There is no security, no laws, no NPC markets. It's pure, pure survival. But as you are imperiled, so you are empowered, because you can build. So you build your little refuge, you upgrade your vessel, you grow it module by module. You carefully manage your fuel, your resources, and you hide. You hide from the scorching heat, you hide from the things in the shadows, and you grow. You go forth through the universe. And as you go, you leave behind these campsites, like abandoned campfires in an infinite night. And sometimes you encounter ones that you didn't make. And sometimes you encounter things that are much more than campfires. Sometimes these assemblies are smart. What we call smart assemblies. These objects can be programmed. They can be modded on a pretty low level in such a way so that there is no market here that we made. But there are markets, plural, that the builders have built, and security systems, and logistics systems.
So this is all player built, right?
New gameplay modes, and weird stuff is happening out there already, because within the digital physics of the world, which prevents things like teleportation and cheating.
I believe in Eve Frontier, like literally everything in the game that is not like part of these ruins that you come across is built by the players. Like even the any new stations or those the warp things, like they're all player built.
Anything else goes. And remember, all within a single vast MMO shard. This is the ultimate sandbox. The ultimate space sandbox. Because
instead of like washing up on a
ships,
beach,
where we present you with a range of
building a hut,
beautiful masterpieces of speculative.
You're arriving in this empty space, whatever, with like a shit ship, and you're building up from there.
Hardware design.
What it is.
Physical echoes of ancient civilizations, which we're currently evolving towards extreme fidelity with the new capabilities of the carbon engine. But you also assemble ships, because we are rapidly progressing towards the introduction of hypermodularity.
You can build and design your own ships.
Assembly of ships and deployables out of individual modular building blocks as a holistic system. A system that equips you to rebuild civilization, module by module. In front of our very eyes, a great awakening is stirring. This is beyond the sensible MMO scope already. Our live build has 25,000 systems. You can play that now. Our experiments are taking us up to 1 million star systems already, with full fidelity of a survival game, with appropriate digital physics and everything that that entails. And unprecedented modding depth in a single large world. This world is large, but it is not empty. It is haunted by mysterious forces. Because dark omens and strange discoveries accumulate. Because there is a bigger story to this world that is unfolding right now. And those who participate now are already a part of it, as it is being written. And thanks to them, with great, great effort over time and over many attempts, maybe, just maybe, a new civilization will rise in the frontier. Awake eternally!
Seems like a pretty ambitious project, but I think he's a little bit more excited about it than C-Mac is. Yeah, he's feeling it. I think it's a cool idea, but it's a pretty ambitious project.
Give it up for CCB. No.
No.
Oh no. They're accidentally calling it by the old company's name.
We should turn this into a drinking game.
Yes. I'm losing.
Yes.
I'm losing.
Yeah.
I'm losing. I'm losing. Yeah, it's
And
been,
the CEO is making the
okay.
mistake.
All of this is in service of this vision, Eve forever. Just like we have Go forever and Chess forever, Eve will go on forever. And we view our role a bit to memorialize this throughout our journey. We're now halfway through the third decade. We need to start with the city of Reykjavik on planning for the third installment of the monument. They're going to elect a new city government tomorrow.
Hey, G-Star, how's it going, man?
Go through. Then we're going to start working on it, so we have plans.
The Swords at Fenris Creation Studios is also a part of our Icelandic Viking roots. They are awarded to employees that have, for the dedication for 10 years of working for the company. And some of you might remember this very moment from FanFest last year when I received my very own 10-year sword. And I can tell you they are real. We tested that out. Another artifact of our Icelandic Viking roots is the Edda. But what is the Edda?
So, in a time before there were books, actually before there were paper, you could well argue that poetry.
So if they are with the company for 10 years, they get given a sword. When I worked for the Vancouver Canucks, after 10 years, I got a hockey stick signed by all the players. I actually still have it.
Error correction mechanism for a transmission protocol of high-value semantic payloads. Through this process, here in Iceland, we have transported amazing stories from our origins, first through poetry and eventually in books like this one. Here we have Flateyjarbók. It's not very light, well done, Eirún. And it's an example of such a book. And within these books, we have preserved betrayals of kings and heroes and even kind of ordinary things, like how to not make an ass of yourself while drinking. important stuff.
How do you
this
do
is
that?
In the Atlas. The Atlas also preserve the story of Fenrisulfur, a great wolf bound by the gods because they feared what he would become. But prophecy cannot be avoided. Ragnarök, where Fenris breaks his chains, is inevitable. So, it's written on vellum or calfskin by hand. We have gotten stories like this all the way here. So it's a proven way to transport legendary things through time. And we have been hard at work of coming up with something similarly fitting for all of you amazing achievements. And it feels kind of inevitable that we would record our collective history in the most Icelandic way possible, because it's our story, our Eve story. We have been working with poets, Andrea and Jonas. They were here last FanFest, interviewing some of you. They've been playing EVE Online, working with historical poetry in EVE Online over the years.
Make poems about the game?
They've written an epic poem to represent all that. This actually will be the first work of sort of Icelandic language written on vellum in 700 years. So this is...
That's not where I thought they were going. Yeah, that's cool. That's not where I thought they were going with it, though.
Árnastofnun, and Árnastofnun is going to preserve the Kapsalir Edda next to this book. So next to our greatest stories, we will have our greatest story.
That's pretty neat. I thought they were going to come out with some sort of like an entire story of what's going on in EVE Online for people to buy or something like that. I thought this was going to be something that people were, going to be able to buy off the store, kind of like the Down the Rabbit Hole video, but in like a book. I thought that's where they were going with it.
We also have aspirations. There are currently no plans. But I will put this book on the moon before I die.
Okay.
So, clear from the beginning is that we not only wanted to record your story, we wanted to make you a part of the book. And thus, we said last year, we're going to collect your blood. We have now been collecting the blood. I think we're up to 30% of FanFest attendees have donated their blood.
Wow.
I encourage everyone not to miss out on this. It so happens we have a hematologist in the player base that has made sure it's all super legit. Your DNA is really there, but no, you cannot be cloned from it. There's some voodoo magic going on. There's also some voodoo magic actually in turning blood into ink. Turns out blood is not a very good ink, but we found a blood witch in Iceland. And she used a recipe from the 1700s where she is able to take the essence of your being from the hematologist, do some alchemy, and make ink to write on a book like that. This will be our backup copy of EVE Online, especially when it's on the moon. Things on the moon, they stay put. Millions of years from now, when we're all dead and gone, some alien race will rediscover the book, and they will have some sorcery to reboot EVE Online from the book.
Love the vision, but this is an artifact that will take a little bit of time. Not unlike the Sagrada Familia in Barcelona or our very own Hallgrímskirkja here in Reykjavík. But a very good first step is getting that ink.
We're almost done this the first day. We're gonna.
How many have already donated their blood? Oh, wow,
go to
nice.
the second.
Nice. Well, that blood will be then
Orcus
taken
can
and
read,
infused
yes.
with that 17th century ink recipe mentioned before.
People name themselves off of ocean dolphins.
And for those of you that haven't donated already, there's still time. It will be open all day tomorrow on the 4th floor. And we have some very good partners taking care of this with us. So we have the Association of biomedical students at the University of Iceland, so you're in very, very good hands. But now, let's hear from the Oracle of Eve.
The Oracle of Eve.
Is a serious matter. Birth, even more so. For when life begins, the fear sets in. The knowing that everything is hurtling towards its end. Eve is dying. And so are we. So are the birds. So are the trees. So is the earth. So is the sun. And in this process of dying, that incidentally is called living, the birds find comfort in the trees. The earth finds comfort in the sun. We find comfort in each other. Until the servers stop blinking. Until the stars stop flickering. Until the great event, I will stay here. For I am the witness and the oracle. I have seen the beginning and the end. I have seen the wars, the rise and fall of the empires. I have seen the rivalries, the betrayals and alliances. Eve is dying, and so is everything. For it is fated that the great event will wipe out all.
What great event? Capsular era?
Yeah. Capsuleer Etta recorded for eternity.
Oh, it's that book?
Stay tuned for new
Hey, Cavalier, what's up,
information on
man?
Capsuleer Etta very soon on eveonline.com.
So, Fenris.
Wait, what? Hold on. Did they just... Is it for sale?
Capsuleer Etta recorded for eternity. Stay tuned for new information on Capsuleer Etta very soon on eveonline.com.
Okay. I thought she pitched that it was for
Fenris
sale.
Creations. It's a new chapter. We used to be CCP.
How many of you guys are super excited that they bought the game back from, what was it called, Primal Abyss or whatever the fuck it was called? How many of you guys are? It sounds super exciting that they've managed to do that.
We're saying goodbye to CCP.
Primal Abyss, yeah. Thank you.
And in many ways, we're going back to our roots. So Fenris was the logo on our first product.
I thought CCP was a great name too, to be honest.
Fenris. So in a way, we're going back.
This is why the first game that they made as a company before they were CCP, I think, was called Fenris. It was a board game.
Back to our roots, but more is at play. We have dug pretty deep while we were in the abyss. We found this book by Björn Jónsson. He's a doctor in Canada, and he wrote this book in
He must be smart.
80s.
He's a doctor in Canada. He's probably fucking brilliant.
And then
Those guys are
Gísli
smart.
Sigurðsson of Árnastofnun, who is our primary scholar of the Eddas, he has continued the work. And he has found Fenris in the sky. So there is a constellation called the Úlfskjafturinn, the wolf's mouth, where basically every year in June, the sun sets into the mouth of Fenris. And then by late June, and CCP Fenris Creations is founded in June. So by late June, sort of around the summer solstice, the sun escapes the mouth of Fenris and into Gemini. And this is kind of a celebration of the fact that every single year the sun escapes being eaten by Fenris and a new 12-month cycles begin. So this whole little adventure is speaking to kind of the cycle and circle of life, which is like EVE Online, where we know death is a serious matter. I saw the numbers in Lara King's presentation earlier. The destruction between FanFans is in quintillions. So much stuff has been destroyed. And I mean, it does look glorious.
Graduate of a community college of Philadelphia. Congratulations for graduating, CMAC. I didn't actually think you had, to be honest.
If it wasn't for scheduled invulnerability, the Keepstar would just be geometry in space. It would have no meaning. And Ragnarök is also a very serious matter. As we heard in the poem, Eve is dying, and so are we. So are the birds, so are the trees, so is the earth, and so is the sun. And in this process of dying, which incidentally is called living, the birds find comfort in the trees, the earth finds comfort in the sun, and we find comfort in each other, and Fenris feels comfort in its creations. I would argue that the Vikings were talking about the second law of thermodynamics.
The Ballads of Aladar? I mean, they're still writing the Ballads of Aladar for World of Warcraft.
Entropy.
Everything that I've done there, right?
The entropy of our universe tends toward maximum. It didn't have the math yet, but they had observed this force.
Let's see what we can do in EVE Online.
That keeps us honest. We get away with nothing because entropy reigns. And this, in a way, is the key to meaning. When we think about creating meaning, or was our world more meaningful than real life, meaning comes from the fact that we find comfort in each other to push against entropy. And it really is this cycle of creation, destruction, like you all know that play EVE Online, which is basically a game about building beautiful things and destroying them. That cycle really prepares us forward. And it is also what gives life meaning, to fight against entropy.
Will you come play EVE Online with me, CMAC? Give it a shot.
Fenris in every June. And then it's caught, and a new sun rises, bigger and stronger. This is the cycle of creation, destruction, that propels EVE Online forever.
Colt, you gonna come play?
We've covered a lot of ground and space today, like eFrontiers hackathon and updated ship controls.
Yes.
And you can
Exactly
still
to
try out
that
the new gamepad controls and compete for the best time in the pre-made course over in the Frontier area. And then we have Cycle 6 starting on June 25th. Then EVE, Vanguard, Operation Avalon starting on July 7th, where you can try out the stunning new Minmatar SMGs and the Amar Laser DMR. And pre-registration are now open through Steam. And who's excited for Cradle of War? Yeah? It is the first chapter in a 3-expansion arc, and it introduces military campaigns, new starter space for our rookie capsuleers, and TAC-2 carriers and new Navy destroyers for each empire.
You forgot the Navy destroyers, CMAC. You've been talking about these TAC-2 things since the beginning of the stream. You forgot the Navy destroyers. This actually sounds like a pretty big expansion. Because the new player starter zone, I was talking about that they needed to do something like that. Like when I first started playing Eve, so that new players could actually get used to the game before they got killed. And I think that is actually going to be a really big thing for EVE Online going forward.
All coming very soon or on June 9th. We'll be going into a lot more details on all of these in tomorrow's dedicated keynotes, so I recommend you check them out. But of course,
T-Mac, you never answered my question. You're going to try the game.
Without your contribution and dedication to the EVE universe. This truly is the best gaming community out there.
I need to get some of my
From
WoW
all
viewers
of
to come
us
try this.
At Fenris Creation, thank you so much for being on this journey with us. And see you at the pub crawl tonight.
See you.
Oh. Okay, I think we have a couple of minutes of Oz, and I don't see who he's with. I think it's just...
Boy.
Wow.
Oh.
Did you notice the temperature going down when they talked about Edda?
Oz and Urs. These
Or
are,
was it when-
for the WoW viewers, these are
Frontier
two of the bigger
started making me feel
content
cold?
creators.
Incredible. I mean, I have goosebumps. New ships, Empire campaigns. We have a new connection between Vanguard and the world and EVE Online. We have Frontier Skrillex. Amazing. I mean, it had everything, right?
Yeah, but we gotta talk.
T-Mac, you know you don't want to. The only reason you don't want to play is because then you'd have to admit that it looks pretty fucking cool and you actually want to try it.
About the cattle in the room.
The cat in the room.
The cattle.
The cattle or the cat on Okami's shirt. Both.
Both.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah. But we do have blood on Vellum.
Thanks for helping me. I set it up.
Vellum is
Hey,
the name for...
Multi. They did announce that they are going to have the new starter zone, in June. I think it starts. So if you want to, you obviously dick around. You can learn a lot in that time. Use those videos too. If you got that link for those videos I shared, a lot of those videos, and do the tutorial. Do the tutorial for sure.
The leather book, is that what I got?
I'm not scientist enough to answer that question. I don't think you got my clue.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the cattle.
The kettle in the room.
The expansion.
Yeah.
The name of it.
Oh.
Man, we were on the same page just before.
There's a cow level. You now have a cow level. Thank you. I'm German, dude. You can't make jokes with me. This is like this goes straight over my head. We
Germans
have the cow level.
don't joke.
Cradle of War. Are you excited or what?
I'm really excited that even in high sec or maybe even from Exordium, we will have an effect, an impact on the world. That's how these campaigns, the theater of war, looks to me. So we basically get the same experience-ish like the nullsec guys who can, put up their big structures, explode them, and play whatever they're playing down there. I have no idea.
So Exordium is the new zone, right?
Deep dives on all of this. So right now we were just scratching the surface and introducing.
They're just finishing this off. We're gonna watch the next days now. Fun. I think I had it actually queued up to where start of the next day. Oh Jesus. We're not going to get through all of this today.
About that today, to see more about that in the keynote.
Especially the second part they didn't really talk about yet, but hinted at is the.
I think that new region is amazing that they're doing it. I think you will see really, it'll be really help with bringing in new players and holding them.
Trailer.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna.
Okay.
That acronym.
We're just using that
faster,
now.
Right.
Yep.
We don't have a lot of time. There was a mention of how was it? Okay, I'm gonna not pretend that I'm not reading this. Victory demands more than soldiers. Yeah, I'm prepared. I came prepared.
Okay.
Victory demands more than just soldiers. Builders, hackers, and traders. That was in the trailer. So we will matter, chat.
I've been fighting for years to have the trading profession be recognized, because right now in all the EVE trailers and all the EVE new player experiences, it's always about industrialists. It's always about, you know, the mercenaries. It's never about the traders. And, you know, we run the entire show. So I don't know, maybe with Cradle of War, finally we get what we deserve.
We'll see. What do you think about the? Okay, this is going to be weird. I'm going to throw a ball at you.
Okay.
It will. If you would
I don't
throw
like
it
it
at
when
me,
he does that.
it will not stick at all. There's Tech 2 command carriers. Can you explain to me what that means?
There they are
Panda's
again,
not- of
CMAC.
course, Panda's not
Tech
here.
2
So-
command
Panda's
carriers.
not here, so you just throw it to the other German. Yeah, that's right. The German that never undocks and doesn't know anything about chips. Thank you, Ernst.
But
we heard. No, I'll take this. I'll take this question. We heard yesterday about unprecedented command bursts, right? So this is going to, I think, change the entire battlefield. I just hope, you know, looking at Reddit, you know, which is the best form of information, as we all know. You know, I saw yesterday. Well, you know, people are still unsure about the place where carriers are at. So I think this is for tier 2 carriers is going to, or tech 2 carriers is going to be a very interesting moment. The stats that we hear today are going to determine a lot about whether they're actually going to be used on the battlefield. But I know people are excited about them. So, you know, you won't see me flying them. Way too risky.
Me neither. But I will maybe catch a glimpse with the 3D mouse on stream, and then it will be in awe. I mean, they look great. That's all I can tell.
You know, today at 11 o'clock, right after the Vanguard keynote, we have the Blood Inc. EDA thing. And I know, you know, for everyone that wasn't watching yesterday, you already had your blood taken. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, I don't want to get too much ahead of myself, but for the main reason why I went there, I saw that slide from Larkin, where a lot of goons are in attendance. And if they were to clone somebody from that blood, I don't want them to be too much goon. So so if you're not a goon and at FanFest, go get or give your blood. It's a good cause.
What's wrong with goons?
You definitely reduce the average size of that clone, though. Aris.
Oh yeah, I pulled it down. Okay, guys, if you want to
New carriers don't sound great. Jorah, CMAC has never played EVE Online. He doesn't even know what a carrier is. Like, he has no idea.
Go give my blood now, so we have.
He's just here to trash
You
talk.
seem pretty leveled-ish.
Ish. I mean, for everyone not watching yesterday, this guy is literally on a box. All right. I am even taller than you think. Or he's even shorter. I don't know.
You know, one crazy monkey.
Yep.
An FCF tutor said.
Oh, I thought that was
this is a rig.
I thought that was your other name.
No. This is a rig, but it is a sub-system.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yep.
That's how it works. What else is going to happen today?
We have right after the bloodletting, as we're going to call it, right after
or
that
we
have
did it.
Evolving Empires. You know, we're going to hear more about faction warfare, or the Cradle of War expansion, and how it's going to impact the eternal war between the empires. Do you ever take part in faction warfare?
I did when it got the first revamp a couple of years ago.
Uprising.
And the main thing I remember were the big battlefields with like 30 versus 30 kind of things.
We just skip.
It was great, but there was seagunning and AWACSing.
Yeah, they fixed that, most of it.
Yeah, a lot of it was done, and I'm really curious as how this is going to sort of transpire this war into high sec as well, and maybe it even starts at the Exordium. We'll have to see.
You think he needs to play the game? The game is way too hard for CMAC. Okay, it's way too hard for CMAC. Missed opportunity. Every new in-game subs, they will give Ernst a box 1 inch. he is a little on the short side. Seems like a nice guy though. I'm gonna have to start paying attention to Vanguard, because now that they've they're gonna talk about it right now. Now that they're turning it into more of a extraction game,
and I've been doing this for quite some time, and I'm a proud person right now seeing this. It's the closest thing we've been to. This is what we're making, and that's why we're so happy to show this to you. But we get a lot of whys, especially like this morning. We even get a why make this. We're making a shooter.
He's a really good player. Yeah, I've watched his stream.
There's
He's
a lot of reasons. There's a
seems
lot
to know
of
what he's doing.
business reasons, you could say. We want to create worlds with meaning, and we want to keep A forever. These are philosophical, but I think it's our duty to make an FPS that has the depth and longevity of EVE Online, and that is our responsibility. A game that creates friendships and enemies and stories, and I know that.
Liam Neeson.
When I see this, I feel we're
I don't know.
making
Is
a
Pamela
worthy
Anderson in the
companion to EVE
audience?
Online. A forever shooter, a game that evolves over time, and by leaning into the same principles that EVE does. And there is a growing number of players, and there's always has been, but even now, is this, we're tired of the industry a little bit. Games shutting down early, games never becoming anything, not hitting big enough so they die. And we all, I think, in the end, we want persistency, something to come back to, a promise of a game that you can return to. And I think we see the industry also coming back to, there's a lot of nostalgia and like old IPs are strengthening versus new IPs is hard to break through. So Vanguard is built with that in mind. And we know that we can provide persistency. We've been doing it for 23 years, and we want to do that same thing for a shooter. But Vanguard is really shaping up, obviously. There's a lot of polish, there's a lot of graphical ups, there's a lot of better performance, better shooting, better enemies, everything else. And that's what excites me. Not the business of it or the reasons for it, is that when I joined CCP, I was an FPS player, mostly. My roots were in MMOs and maybe a little bit RTSs, but always this military authentic type of gameplay.
Well, it's going to interact with EVE Online apparently now again.
Competitive PvP drives emergent gameplay. And I think
Like
that's
it'll actually have an impact on
EVE's philosophy. Without any stakes, I just don't care at all. Like beyond leaderboards, I just don't care. I don't care about battle passes, sorry, I don't care about anything except in my killing for a purpose, killing for a reason, killing for a meaning. Like I want to see the stuff that I do actually reflected somewhere else. I don't want to see resets. That just takes all like happiness out of me. So I've struggled personally with finding a game because I don't want to commit to anything because it feels like everything's just about to close or become something else. So I struggle a lot.
Do you think it could turn into something more like Destiny or something?
That every deployment matters. That when I pick my suit, I pick my weapons, I go down, I do my objective, that it is pushing something else. And I feel it's strange that all of the big houses or AAA game companies haven't done this. It's always going back to sequel. I've yearned for a Battlefield game that would have big stakes, like or a world map, or where I could push the front, but it just never kind of happens. And I want to feel like when I come down, I can sell my stuff and someone else is going to buy it, or there's repercussions, there's consequences, and the butterfly effect. And I think it's been a long journey, obviously.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I think it could it be more like Destiny or whatever it's called?
And
Jesus.
We have, during this journey, tried to distill what an EVE shooter is.
Like, with like a FPS MMO? With like a marketplace and all that sort of stuff, or?
And it's taking a lot of trial and error, obviously. We did a lobby shooter, 16v16, at Dust was, with big vehicles, big maps, etc. That's an aspect of it. The co-op PvE/PvP game that Project Nova was meant to be.
I never played The Division.
Trying to try a new boundary, a new type of entry point into EVE. But the essence of a new Eden shooter would always be a risk and reward. Like, planning pays off, getting resources. And in Dust, there was always this big, I think people look back at Dust thinking it was perfect, it was exactly what it needs to be, we should just make that game. I've called it a flawed masterpiece. It wasn't perfect at all. The core mechanics drove a lot of players away really early, which is why we focus on the core mechanics of Vanguard. There was a lot of asks for co-op PvE, oh, all these sweaty PvP matches, can we just get some co-op PvE, or can we have some PvE maps? That was definitely heard. And loads of people who came in expecting like an EVE, wanted to evolve it further, were people that knew the EVE universe and wanted resource gathering and not like NPC stores, right? Replace them with player markets, etc. So we had something to build around, but unfortunately on the wrong platform and other things. But what we want is an anchor. We're not saying the game is always going to be this. Like EVE Online wasn't just what it was in 2003. It's evolved, it's grown, everything has grown. And we really just want this core distilled essence of what an FPS shooter in New Eden is, and then build from there. And this game that we're playing right now has all that. It has all of the elements. And it's important to notice that it's not just about the game, it's about the community. And I think there's also a lot of there's a lot about the community that kind of stuck together after dust. And it's not just about the game itself, it's about the community that played it, grew to love it, and then cared enough about it. And I think that's what Dust is. It's the community that got built around it. Sure, it was the battles, the stakes, and factual warfare tie-ins, and Grand World, and all that, but the community was always there, pushing us. And it was difficult. Sometimes it was
Who's CCP Ratati? Is that him?
Less fun. Sometimes it was a bit kind of frustrating. But I think the spirit of the community is always of the Dust community has always said, okay, there is something there. Like I'm not alone. There are other people like me who want this type of game, not necessarily the exact game mechanics, but there's a single voice. And even from Dust 514, it was built around a community of people who were looking for the same thing, MAG, etc. So there's
a lot of people that have told me that Dust 514 was a really good idea.
And I think that's what we're trying to find.
Just wasn't implemented very well.
We made some mistakes not being on the PC and PS4. That's something that was abundantly clear later.
It was only on the PS4, PS5, right? Was it on PC?
Where we were. But in 22, I get this kind of chance to
PS3.
Think about both of these games at the same time. And kind of provide leadership to EVE Online and EVE Vanguard. And I think at that point, it was clear to me,
and then they never went to PS4, right?
But we have to do a lot of work to get it right, because we saw things that failed, and we tried to understand why they had failed.
All right.
And you can point at everything that we've done and said, okay, that was a bad idea, that was a bad idea, or we should have taken this even further. So I like to believe the learnings that came from this long journey have been applied properly here. And we are building this game to last. We're thinking deep, rich economy with sinks and faucets in mind. We're obviously thinking about evolution. We're making sure that the Unreal Engine is kept up to date and we don't diverge from it. We're obviously building it on our home court, the PC platform. And we are building it so that it's not a content treadmill. We're a small team. We're not trying to compete with games that can ship 7 weapons, multiple modes, multiple levels at the same time. We want to build the heart and the core. But there's no way to build a forever game with a small team where if it's not based on emergent gameplay and PvE/PvP risks. And we want to give the community reasons to interact.
707! What's up, man?
That's what I talked about in the keynote yesterday, is this campaign element, that we are building that
They're announcing a new shooter,
into
yes.
the core of the game, that we are able to interact with
It
EVE
actually
campaigns
sounds interesting now,
very soon.
Eve Vanguard.
Well, we know we can, we just need to implement it. So,
But I guess
then
that's
if we
the whole
talk about
point of
game
this, what they're doing right now is to generate interest,
This
right?
is what EVE is based on. This core principle is the first sentence in the game Bible. And I actually feel that this represents EVE the best, an extraction adventure.
But I know you know what
caters to
EVE
any
Vanguard
FPS
is.
player. And it is for any FPS player. It's
C-Mac
not just
can't
for
wait
EVE
to play
players.
this.
It's not built for EVE players. It's built for people who enjoy a rich, authentic science fiction world, but also enjoy shooting people. And if we embrace the loss mechanic, the extraction shooter, the high risk and reward, the chance of being killed by PvE, so undock, resource gather, kill PvE, maybe you're killed by PvP, dock, manufacture. EVE is an extraction adventure. That's just super clear. So that's why we feel that's a great great way to start that anchor for an FPS. And there is symbiosis.
Are you saying there's something coming up that he's going to talk about?
Tied together, but also the game mechanics. And we're building all of the sandbox mechanics and the activities. We're not necessarily copying, but we're mimicking and making sure that the type of player behaviors or player desires are represented. Mining, resource gathering, delivery, straight up killing, co-op, all these things are represented in Vanguard. But what happened to a lot of Dust players is that they came into the game. It was a free-to-play game on the PS3. Never heard about EVE, never in their life. But they grew to understand that there was a bigger narrative, bigger world, richer kind of community through chat, through all kinds of things. And
I know CCP or F, whatever the fuck they're called now. They've got a history of failed games. Like, for some reason, they were able to create a really good game in EVE Online, but then they've got a history of other games that have not failed, Dust 514 being one of them. As long as they learn from their mistakes, though, which is, I think, what he was pointing out, that, hey, we've had these mistakes. We have an idea as to what we did wrong. Like, he was joking about the fact that they didn't release it on PC and only released it on PS3, you know, et cetera, et cetera. What they had with the EVE Vanguard, like 6 months ago, like when I'd watch people play it, I'm like, this looks like garbage. Like, I didn't even bother to download it on my computer, even though I could have downloaded it and played for free when they allowed you to. But what they've introduced now, it actually makes the game seem a little bit more interesting, especially now that they're talking about how it's going to interact with the EVE Online universe. That, when they first announced EVE Vanguard, was what the plan was, and then they backtracked on it, and it seems like now that Fenris has repurchased the EVE Online, it sounds like they're going back to focus on that again, which I think sounds cool. I suppose if they had try enough, they're bound to get it right. We'll see. Have to blame on Sony for giving CCP for not giving them some help.
And then when Dust closed, a lot of the community moved into EVE in some way or form. So,
like, already with what they've
not
announced with the expansion, like having the new safe zone for new players to come and play and try EVE and not have to worry about getting killed immediately, I think that's actually going to be huge for the game. I actually really think that's going to be big. But they have to really focus on having some sort of like a better tutorial or a better way for people to learn how to play the game.
it's not a stretch to think about that way. But in Vanguard, you have agency. Like it's all about you have a lot of options. You will have more options, but we want you to have the ability to affect your progression. You can impact the world, who you are, who do you fight for, and how. We want to be able to pick sides in battles. It's harder in Dust, for example. but we also want to lean really into faction identity, NPC corporations, and graphically also. So graphically, the game has come a long way. There's a distinct visual identity to EVE Online. There's also a distinct visual identity to Dust 514, but we're not trying to copy that. We're trying to say, how would you see this game or see this experience from this point of view? Which obviously means, from plan perspective, you would expect to see grand outposts, hyper-Earth environments, not regular Earth, something that you wouldn't expect. So the new map, Lost Convoy, is obviously full of very EVE authentic things. Orbitally deployed huge stasis beacons and crazy stuff. So that's where I think we've also come a long way. It's no longer as kind of generic because, in fact, the older playtests that you've seen have mostly been about working on terrain technology and figuring stuff out. So this is the culmination. So we have been in pre-alpha since First Strike, which was a great playtest. And since then, we've been in a strange state. Pre-alpha doesn't really exist in the gaming industry, but we have seen also how other games fare if they just show up on Steam and haven't done any battle testing, any testing on their matchmaking, any servers. Like, there's just a huge amount of games that are dead on arrival just because of that. Not because of the game, but just of the technical difficulties. So we've been stress testing that. We've also been trying to figure out how much PvP versus PvE, which factions and why. FCJS will talk a lot about the narrative, which we have been building in
that would be cool, Caviar.
We're also experimenting with the sandbox
elements. That would be actually really cool.
Kind of quests, missions, expeditions, contracts on the ground, etc. How much open world versus kind of
they could almost
closed.
like call it Star Citizen or
We are
something.
just higher in confidence on delivering all of these things, but alpha, for this gameplay test, we really wanted to tighten down to just the first second, first moment, first minute, first hour, not going beyond progression.
But it would be cool if they could do that.
Extract, basically deploy, survey, like you said, kill, extract, get that right. So there's no one can say, okay, I get this game, I want to play it for the end game, but I really can't deal with the core game mechanics. So that's what this alpha playtest is about. There will be more.
I mean, the engine is probably so different. I don't know how they would be able to do that. I don't know anything about programming, though.
Beyond what FC Collins talked about in the keynote, there's a lot of depth here, and there's a lot of crazy things to look forward to beyond Operation Avalon. So welcome to the stage, FC Collins, sorry. This is 17 years, guys, 17 years.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Oh, thank you. Okay, yeah, I couldn't let FC Akami have the last laugh on colourful shirts, so I'm wearing the dogs today. Okay, that really just carrying on from that, how we build this game is really important.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they could do something like that, Caviar. It would be really cool if they could. Maybe that's a long-term goal of theirs.
In layers. The North Star for EVE Vanguard is and always will be that of an MMO experience. That hasn't gone away, but we do need to build that experience up in layers. We can't just go and build a lot of that now.
It is Destiny that I'm thinking of, right? Where it's kind of like an FPS MMO, like you do quests and all that sort of stuff. I've never actually played it, but it sounds similar to that.
At the very core of what this game is, we talked about yesterday,
is it Destiny? Is that the name of the game?
At the core of this. So we're focusing a lot on those elements at the start, right? That deploying, the raiding, the looting, the surviving, the extracting, getting that moment-to-moment loop spot on. Then starting to sprinkle stuff on top of that, expeditions and vendors and playstyles and worlds and bastions. And then going even further, doing something that no other game can do, right? No other game can just go, we're just going to connect to a MMO that has hundreds of thousands of people already in it that's been running for 23 years. We can, which is fantastic, right? So even embedded campaigns, economies, and jobs, all of which we'll be talking about a bit more in a minute. Where we are at is this. This is what we've been focusing on. Focusing on that core at the center, making this a good fucking shooter before we do anything else. Because once we get that, it's a lot easier to build these components on top of. So you'll get in alpha the expeditions, vendors, playstyle exploration, and expanding into worlds and bastions, and then we start building into Eve-embedded campaigns, economies, and jobs. That pre-alpha journey has been a really interesting journey for us, and it's been really interesting, I imagine, for you as well, to see the process of a game studio and a company figuring out details along the way. Normally, you get these full packaged games that say they're going into beta, but really they're done, they're released, they've been worked on for 7 years, and they're about to come out. That wasn't the case here. That First Strike event back in December, I'm very curious, who played in, I know you guys did, who played in First Strike? Oh, wow, a lot of you, fucking hell, awesome. Oh, thank you. Okay, so that really was the culmination. There was a lot of pre-production work that went on before that, but a lot of what you saw in that build was really only the culmination of like 6 to 8 months worth of work. You were very early in the process of us building this game, figuring what that is. And you've been
I agree with you, Caviar.
That journey of figuring.
Like when they first introduced Eve Vanguard, I was like, is this really kind of all that they have for the game? Like, is this what this game is going to be about? But now that they're explaining everything else, that they're like their long-term plan, it sounds like a much more interesting IP, to be honest.
Bring that out and stumbling and experimenting with things is behind.
And if they can do what you suggested, where you can like hop back and forth,
starting with it being an improved shooter. I'm very proud
that'd be cool.
To be able to say that a lot of you have played this weekend and given us really great feedback, that it feels that way now. It feels like it's a shooter that you can compare to a lot of the more polished experiences in games you're ever playing. That's our goal. We want that rich and authentic Eve environment and that tension to start coming through, the high stakes in those memorable moments in that experience, what we call kind of like the trailer moments, right? You saw it earlier, the guys dropping down from orbit, orbital bombardment, blowing up harmonic bridges, those kind of things. Those are the things that if you'd say you missed, right? Back when we speak to a lot of people who play Dust, the things that you miss isn't sometimes the general experience. It's little moments that you had in that experience along the way. And we want to build more of that into Vanguard as well. But importantly, it's also about starting to tell a story and a narrative. Eve Online and its universe has been, going on for 23 years. Lots of player-driven narratives, lots of narratives that have been driven by CCP and now FC as well. And we want to be part of that story. It's really important that we build a narrative that respects the legacy of everything that came before us, but is something that doesn't just start and end with a playtest. It goes on forever. So it's my pleasure to welcome to the stage to talk about this, FCJS.
Hey everyone. Hey. Hey. Yo. Hey. Hey. So yeah, I'm CCPJS. I'm the FCJ. Sorry. It's too long. I'm FCJS, and I'm the creative lead on Vanguard. And my job is to first and foremost to create a story for the game, and then to work with Collins and Ritati and our designers and our engineers and our artists back in London to create and implement an identity, to create a player fantasy. The Vanguard are war clones, but who are the war clones? Why are they fighting? Who are they fighting? And why should any of you care? How are the war clones? Exactly. So let's go back a bit.
I wonder if they'll show some gameplay.
And after the events of this game, the war clones have become too powerful. And so they are purged from New Eden. They're hunted, their data banks, they're sort of trapped into data banks and left to kind of languish, and they're killed. And so for a long time, the war clones are scattered, they're weak, and understandably, they are pissed off. So cut to quite recently, and this chap, the Deathless, and he's gallivanting around the galaxy, looking for ways to cause chaos. And he comes across some ancient Jovian clone technology, and he starts to build himself an advanced war clone platform. And he infects it with this augmentation he calls the graft. And this is an early concept of what that can look like. The armor will kind of attach on top of this.
Someone needs to get him a mic or tell him to stop moving around.
This like groundbreaking war clone tech. So he goes searching for these lost databanks, and he begins to experiment with this new power that he has. And so that's what Groundbreak was. That's what Solstice was. Those were kind of deathless experiments. But this was his mistake. So he has summoned demons he cannot possibly hope to understand or control. These are Thanatos assassins, Canid warriors.
Yes, you can see the mic right here, but every time he moves his chest, it's rubbing against his chest. And that's why you're hearing that static. It's because he doesn't stop moving. And when he stops moving, the sounds, like, you stop hearing the rubbing of the mic.
War clones of every type.
He is nervous, yeah. I mean, it'd be hard to stand up in front of a bunch of people and talk about this stuff. A lot of these people aren't, it's clear he's nervous, but give him a mic.
These are vengeful spirits with a score to settle and a legacy to restore. And very unsurprisingly, they start pushing at the edges of this system, and they escape from the fulcrum. Sorry, we need to put a higher res image there. Sorry, everybody. So, so they needed. Yeah, it's all Collins' fault, as you can see. So they need to build three things as the sort of foundations of their freedom. They need a war barge, a place to live. The war clones don't want to be trapped inside a virtuality. They want to live in the physical world, and they want to do that on a spaceship which they call Avalon. They build the Resonant Garden, which is a distributed data bank where their minds can be stored, and it's something that they now control this. So somebody else can't just come along and delete it or shove it in the back of a van. And they need then like a network, a way to travel around, and that's the harmonic bridge. And the harmonic bridge is actually some stolen Upwell industrial teleportation device that they've jerry-rigged and retrofitted, and they use those now to deploy and extract.
Oh, we gotta get him a mic. They're just fixing.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Cheers. Thank you. All right, but so the war clones are now free and off the grid. They're out of the fulcrum, and they're now free to start doing what they want. And some people are not happy about this, which includes Aegis, who are the kind of clandestine CIA-type arm of Concord. You can think of them as just, space CIA. Does that sound accurate? Probably not, but you can correct me later. Yeah. And so they invoke something called
like Van Gogh. It does sort of, yeah.
Which is the creation of this rage-filled AI that they then implant into machines that they call engines. And so now we cut to July.
So question for you Dust players is this is basically the lore from Dust, and they've just like expanded it so it is going into Vanguard, right?
The war
That's essentially what they've done.
Are hunting them, and there's a race against time to try and understand what Nemesis is and how they might be able to fight back against it. And so the war clones, which is you guys, will be deploying to this map, which the war clones believe will have information about what Nemesis is and what its weaknesses might be. And war clone raids are going to be awesome. It starts with these harmonic bridges being slammed into the ground. Moments later, the war clones arrive. And then when that happens, a distress call goes out, and there's a race against time before Aegis arrive and start destroying those harmonic bridges from space. And they also search the system for Avalon. And so the war clones will explore this map and take everything they can and find information about Avalon, and maybe even encounter a under construction Nemesis engine and get out before Avalon has to flee, and they'll lose everything. So this is a very early concept of what a Nemesis engine will look like. So through expeditions, you'll start to gather intelligence about these things, and you'll build Avalon strength to have any hope of fighting back. But in future, these engines will be unleashed, and they will be the ultimate challenge for you as players and for war clones. Fighting one of these things will be, sorry. So these are like your dragons to slay, basically. But in time,
like a raid.
you'll learn to hunt them. But from the remains of these enemies, you'll start to rebuild the Warclone legacy. The Warclones will grow in power, they'll combine arms with the Capsuleers, and you'll shape the future of New Eden. And this is the thing that I'm most excited about. This is why I'm excited to work on this game. This is the thing that nobody else can copy. Only we can do this. And to explain how it's going to work and show you some more cool stuff, I'd like to welcome back to the stage FC Collins.
Cheers, man. Well done. Awkward handshake. Raw, awesome. Right. Who liked the Scott high-res version of this key art that we had in the presentation? Yeah. Personal favorite of mine. We've got it on the wall in the office. So, right, you're now locked in here with me for the next 20 minutes, and I get to do the fun thing of just showing you some cool shit and then talking about actually what we're going to be doing after Avalon, which you're either going to hate us or love us for. So, just a quick recap though, we talked about that narrative that JS was talking about and the experiences that you'll be going through. You'll be going through this core loop of deploying, surveying, raiding, looting, and extracting to get there, right? You'll be deploying down to this map that has, I believe, 7 different points of interest on them. All have been individually designed to give you a different experience, from a sprawl of wreckage in the center of the map to the giant command block itself. Also the military compound, which is, you'll be getting a lot of reinforcements coming in and trying to stop you from pushing in further there. But that upper command block as well, that is fully explorable. You can go in there. There's a number of activities.
This is the PvP game though, right?
Best loot in the game.
But they keep talking about PvE shit that is coming in to stop you.
Reserved for the Upwell fueling tower, which you'll be finding right next to the command block. This thing, you can't just get into. At certain points randomly on the map, an RDV will come and drop off a Mordus Legion reserve squad leader. You'll know him by the red decals that he'd be wearing on their suit. You'll need to find him, kill him, get the code that's on him. The code will then allow you to open the door. Then you have to raid the tower. The tower itself is heavily defended, and then when you get to the top, that is where eventually you'll be fighting one of these Nemesis engines, but for now you'll be fighting not one, maybe not even 2, but multiple heavy oppressors which will land down on that point. You'll be worried a little bit about being third-partied. I want to see as many people collaborate and try and clear this tower when this goes out in Operation Nemesis. I want to see a video of how many people on a single server you can collaborate to try and raid this tower together, because I worry not even a squad can do it without really some heavy enforcements. But this really, that idea of you being a knight and slaying dragons and climbing the tower is something that we want to build into that experience. And we talked a lot about the Mordus Legion, that you're going to be fighting, a more polished and finished version of this. We're also working on a marksman. You can see some early progress here, who's going to be taking up towers and the top of buildings and shooting you from a distance. And the heavy oppressor as well is some
These are all NPCs that you're fighting.
But
I
then
thought you were
seeing that land down and escalate fights in front of you is going to be
fighting against other
exciting.
players.
Then we get to the weapons. Just want to show you some really great renders here. This is renders from Unreal. This is the game asset that we're seeing here of the Minmatar SMG. We saw some great footage of this in the keynote yesterday. Inspired by the way that ships are revealed in EVE Online, and when you get a new ship, we want you to feel like, you know, maybe eventually we can get this into the game, the idea of getting a new gun and having that revealed for the first time. But I just want to emphasize the amount of detail that has gone into creating these weapons. This is the game asset. These are the textures of the weapon that you will be seeing. The grime, the scruffing, this is how a Minmatar weapon should look. When a Minmatar weapon breaks, they don't just
Yeah,
get
it's
a
an
new
extraction
one. They
game,
bolt
it
open
looks
and
like.
they fix it from the inside. And then we're working on something a lot
But
more
it,
sleek. This is work in progress. Versions of our Amar laser rifle at the moment. If Minmatar is, you know, chunky and dirty, this is if Apple made weapons. Closed, you know, closed,
Apple had made weapons.
closed architecture. Nobody's getting into this. If it breaks, you have to buy a new one, and it's going to be twice the price, right? So we're working on this at the moment. There's going to be two
No,
variations
Caviar,
of this. There's going to be
I
a
know, but they
pulse
keep
DMR
talking
and then a
about it
full
like
beam
fighting
DMR. And the weapon
NPCs
will
and not
overheat
actually
as well,
fighting
so there'll be some
players.
management. How you reload this weapon, you can see here on the side there are these fins. It's crystal loaded, so these fins will open up. You will eject a crystal, load it back in, and then you're ready to go. And then there's the Vanguard harmonic bridge. Put a lot of time into building this. This is previously Upwell architecture that the Vanguard have co-opted, jerry-rigged, and got working for themselves. And we can go back. Oh, I can see something happening on my screen here. There we go. We can go back here and see the process of what happens. I think we. Is this gonna loop? It's not, sadly. But this is one of the things we've been really excited to be working on. That was one of the things when we were sitting internally and going, right, how do people extract from this game? What is something Eve? What is something badass? What is something cool? And I think it was JS that was like, what if we just burn you alive? And that's the way. You'll be doing it over and over and over again every time you want to extract. But enough about Avalon, which you can. Follow these QR codes. If you haven't already, we've already had thousands of you sign up, which is fantastic, so keep going. But I want to spend the rest of the time talking about stuff beyond Avalon. First and foremost is actually bringing ground warfare to military campaigns. The military campaign system that Akami talked about yesterday, that's coming to EVE Online, we will be adding ground warfare to through Vanguard and the same campaigns later this year. So not only are we going to be doing an update in July, you'll be getting one in November as well. 2 updates this year, which we haven't done for a while, but we'll be bringing the ground warfare to those campaigns. And by I mean those campaigns, it is the same campaigns. Those same campaigns that players in EVE Online are completing objectives for to drive world states, players in Vanguard are also completing objectives for and driving world states. In EVE Online, you will see the Vanguard objectives. You will see them at the ones that need to be completed and the ones that are coming through. In Vanguard, you will see the EVE objectives, and you'll be seeing the ones that are completed and coming through. You will be able to conscript with each of the empires, each having their own narrative, objectives, progression, titles that you can earn, rewards, and world states that are triggered. You complete the objectives in the same way that you, excuse me, the same way that you do in EVE Online. There is a personal attribution. Completing an objective for yourself moves you through the personal progression and milestones of that empire that you've conscripted with. And then when a number of people have completed that objective, it counts towards the campaign progression, I should say. The world states that we can trigger in Vanguard are things like more vendors turning up, selling commodities that are rarer or unique, efficiency changes to manufacturing, campaign narrative expeditions that can show up at certain points of the campaign. These are quest lines that you can go on in a number of objectives. We can tell a story of how that campaign is progressing with some of the characters within that empire. Map modifiers like loot and enemy presence, but also shaping future content. You know, Caldari were the first to finish their campaign. The next weapon and suit we're going to make is going to be of Caldari origin. And then there's personal rewards that you can earn through the milestones. This is resource bundles to help with manufacturing, special keycards. Maybe there's a special Minmatar secret lounge in one of the rooms, and you have to become a Minmatar champion before you can get access to that secret area. Weapons, upgrades, blueprints, faction variant weapons, titles, skins, and cosmetics. This is all about ensuring that these two games are demanding of and impacting each other. Vanguard players waving their fist angrily at the spaceship gods, being like, why aren't you completing your objectives for Caldari? And same, EVE Online players starting to rally Vanguard units together to help complete objectives for a particular cause. This was always the goal, and with this system in play,
they really are trying to integrate the two.
To that goal
it's good to see because it sounded cool when they first announced that.
Now to something a bit spicier. How we will be building an economic bridge beyond this year for Vanguard and EVE. Okay, so hear me out. This is some director level art and presentation now. Okay. So in EVE Online, when a ship dies, you lose stuff. Goes to something called the graveyard. What if Vanguard players could get access to that graveyard? Get back what was lost, and trade it back to EVE players.
Oh, okay, that sounds pretty cool.
Honestly, this was your idea. This was the first thing. Like, when we announced Vanguard, so many of you were going, hey, what if I could just like go down to Planet as a Vanguard and get back some of my lost stuff? Not only will you be able to get your lost stuff, or potentially a chance to, but other people's lost stuff. But there's a deeper layer to it. So basically how it will work is Vanguard will deploy, they will raid, they will loot, they extract, they'll go through that loot, and they will find a resource along the way that is called contraband. They will either find that lying around or have to complete activities to earn that. They will then deploy, homing themselves within bastions and war barges, within systems of the universe, infrastructure that you will see in EVE Online, that they will be able to trade it with you. We want you to be docking with these war barges and these bastions to be trading contraband with Vanguard players. But contraband is from specific systems. It's not global. There's not just one global graveyard. Each system has its own graveyard and knows what was lost there. So stories start to happen. JS calls me up on a Friday and he's like, dude, I know you got plans this weekend, but I've just heard of a fucking massive fight that just went on and a lot of shit was lost in this particular system. We need to now redeploy to a war barge and bastion in that local area, and we now need to start raiding and prospecting for contraband so we can start trading it. What that starts to do is that starts to move the value of the contraband within the eye of the buyer a bit. Someone said something really great when we were talking about this and workshopping it with a few players. They were saying, it's almost like the value of some packs of Pokemon cards are worth more closed than they are open. The idea that there is contraband from a specific system that could be pulling from a particular fight, from a particular set of modules that was lost recently, there is value to that. So, just to recap a little bit, how that will work. Ship modules are lost on death. War clones in Vanguard deploy from the systems. They raid and extract that contraband. The ships dock with bastions and war barges to trade with Vanguard players for that stuff. But what do they trade for? We don't want it to be ISK. That's not the kind of economy bridge that we want to make. It's not, you know, Vanguard don't care for cash. Especially they can't match the cash at the scale of the capital ships. That was one of the problems that was with Dust. The price of an assault rifle was the same price of a capital ship, and that doesn't really line up. So what can they trade for? Contraband is something that only EVE players can get via trading with the Vanguard. What's something that only the Vanguard can get via trading with EVE Online players? Well, we're thinking mutaplasmids. In the same way, we want to use mutaplasmids, that Vanguard players can use mutaplasmids to infuse the manufacturing of their weapon to get random rolls on certain stats. If Vanguard want better gear, they have to be trading with players in EVE Online. And if you want to start raiding the graveyards, you have to start trading with Vanguard players. And that's what we're going to be building towards. So a quick show of hands, good idea, bad idea? Okay, good to hear. We'll be working on this post this year. We'll be doing military campaigns as part of a November update. And then as we work towards plans in next year, this is one of the systems that we'll be working on. This is a more permanent and meaningful connection. And this is part of what we're building towards in going towards an always-on live 24/7 version of EVE Vanguard. Sadly, that's our time today.
Yeah, that's a good point, Caviar.
Come on, work with me, people. Yeah, thank you. Oh, yeah. I do want to invite back to the stage, though, FCJS and FC Ritati. If they're there, they are. We just want to say a big thank you. It's been an incredible weekend for us, being able to bring this game, bring a demo with us as well, and get such the most positive feedback I think that we've ever received on this project has been fantastic. Being able to share future plans that feel far more concrete than they ever have been. We want you to be able to sign up to this so you can get in from July. Like I said previously, if you've been on the fence previously about Vanguard, waiting for something a bit more polished, July is the time that we'd really like to get you in so you can help drive us and keep us honest. We, what did I say? No excuses last time. Do you want to say a few words?
First, be very nice to FCJS today and ask him lots of questions about narrative. He wants to talk more about all of the juicy details, and now we're out of the woods, or kind of, we've opened the box of surprises. We have the campaigns, we have the contraband, and I think we can talk freely about this, which is very, very freeing in a sense.
It is, yeah.
It's a very long journey to establish a real EVE link. I was obviously monitoring the chat and seeing people worried about the economy. Like, we've got this. This is fine. We have levers. We'll control this.
This is fine. This is fine.
Also in the economy. Second is the importance of working together. This bridge is not built in a day. We've been building towards this moment since literally 2022.
I think with the contraband though, Caviar, you're not. I don't think that they intend that you're going to be able to get all of your stuff back, but some of it will be available. So if you're taking people out of the resource gathering to go into this contraband, it's probably going to keep the prices around the same amount because you've got less people gathering resources as well, right? So that'll keep the prices afloat, I think. I don't think that they intended for you to be able to get, like, really easily get all of your stuff back. I think this is just, some of the stuff is going to be there. Right? So we'll see. But just the fact that you're going to be taking players out of the resource gathering and putting them into gathering other stuff, the fact that there's going to be less people gathering resources is going to drive the prices of the resources up. And, I think the market will probably be okay.
The first, even the Air Career Program and Corporation Project, freelance goals, all of these are quasar
ICE Assassin, I think you're right.
APIs that allow us to easily connect the two games. We've been testing those bridges with every operation. We tried an Advantage link. We tried the Convoy link. We've done more experiments. So we are battle tested and ready to go technologically, which is huge. Like, the original Dust link was built on a string, let's say. Yeah. It worked. It was awesome. But now we've learned and we're ready to go. So let's go.
Yeah, so I just want to say,
let's go.
Continue to berate us. Continue to berate us. Keep us on our toes. Join. I know you will. Yeah. Well, join our Discord. If you can't wait for July, we're constantly posting stuff in there as well. We have a VIP program as well that you can apply for to get into regular behind-the-scenes tests as well. But we've got a demo station. If you haven't played, please go and play an early version of Operation Avalon. Let us know what you think. We're going to be wandering around, and we're always going to be here. So thank you very much, everyone.
Orbital strikes are back. Orbital strikes are back.
There we go.
That's what's happening.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, well, what are they doing next?
Wow. Earth, that's some big news on the Vanguard side, man. Contraband? What?
I prepared a quarter of a page to talk about this after the segment. It wasn't enough space, so I'm blown away by what I heard. I was hoping for a meaningful connection to EVE, and then I would be happy. But there's actually so much more to this, not just the barbecue extraction. Let's go over. I heard some keywords like
barbecue extraction,
no resets. This is what I hate in MMOs. You just you're there for half a year or a year. Next year, your shit's gone. Nothing has value anymore. This apparently is not going to happen. Looking forward to that one. Focus on the core. Yeah, get the core loop. We're going to shoot stuff, so it has to feel right. And the weapons have to be great. Although, I was wondering, do we need a 6090 to see the gun?
I mean, that Minmatar gun, the close-ups, I don't know, man. Like, I hope my computer can run that. But I have a pretty good rig, though. But hey, losing stuff in battles.
Oh wait, oh,
Yeah.
you're getting way too. There's well, hold on. That's the cherry on top, right? This is the blah kind of thing. We're not there yet. All right, I took notes, so I'll take the lead.
Hit me.
PVE, PvP risks, slaying dragons, as in there's always risk of PvP, but you can choose to work together. I heard that before, so this is going to be really interesting to see how the Eve players are gonna either band together or f up each other. We'll have to wait and see how that works. One of the important things I want to touch though first is the open development. So far, I feel like the very first test we were part of, where we could join kind of under a NDA and whatnot, felt like a prototype really. And doing this like early tests and then later opening up to the public, this is kind of like pulling down the pants and or putting on the dog shirts, however you want to phrase this. And I was not very sure this is a good idea, but after this talk I just got, I believe the EVE community is the community who gets this.
Yeah,
who can be a valuable part of the process to get this done into a place where people actually are going to enjoy and understand the impact they have while playing the game.
I thought there were some great moments with the audience interaction. I mean, apparently a lot of people have been taking part. Thousands of people already signed up, and I think today was a monumental point in time for Vanguard.
Have
when
any of you
people
guys signed up
really
for this
saw that connection
Vanguard
between EVE Online.
Avalon
I think
thing?
today, that pin dropped. I think for me, this took Vanguard absolutely to the next level.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm a lot more interested in Vanguard than I was
please.
like a
Interact
couple of
with
hours
campaign.
ago.
So there is this meaningful connection to EVE, as in you can participate in these new campaigns, which are part of the theater of war in EVE Online. You can do your store or your part in EVE Vanguard, and stuff that happens in EVE is actually going to affect on what vendors apparently are in Vanguard available.
Yeah, I think I'm
missions
convinced
you
enough
can
to
do as
try it
Vanguard.
as well.
So I'm actually stoked to see when is the test in June? Right?
Yeah, very soon. So we'll be trying. Have you taken part in every test so far?
I think I have, and actually a funny thing from the very last test, this whole like beam me up barbecue kind of thing.
Yeah.
When I extracted the first time during that play test, I was like, "Oh, what's happening? Did I do it wrong?" It was super cool, but
yeah,
no,
they don't need the
Invested
Vanguards
in
don't need
EVE
the body.
Online?
Yeah,
Flesh is
I mean,
is overrated.
I will
as we say.
definitely be much
you
more
wanna talk
invested in EVE
about,
Online, but
loot boxes.
Yes.
I could see
I mean,
myself
that's
playing
what gets me excited. I think that's the
Vanguard
that's
for a couple of streams or
99%
something like
of
that,
what I
just
look at that
see what
keynote
it's
and go,
like.
oh my god. I mean, we're going to have battles going on in space. We're going to have the part where the loot fairy says no, that part being put into essentially what is Amazon unopened boxes. You don't know what's in it, and you'll be able to trade back for that. So if you lost a bunch of really valuable stuff in a battle, you can go and try to get it back from the Vanguard players. Amazing.
It is mind blowing. I'm really interested to see how this plays out, how this is going to be balanced, how if you lose something valuable, you're not going to tell anybody, right? Don't stream your expensive losses in Vanguard,
right?
Or somebody else will get your box.
Or are people going to track kill mails and then
I was just thinking that. Are they going to look at the
this is where it's happening. That's where we have to
go.
go.
Billboards
right?
and stuff, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, for in EVE Online, you will see where expensive stuff has dropped, so you might know what goes into the loot boxes.
Okay.
You know.
Kill mails for Vanguard.
Yeah.
Confirmed, I guess. Sorry.
That is actually
this is
really
fine. We heard that as well.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, Rattati is not a guy that will set the stage on fire, right? What he does, he was very genuine. I felt today. He took it. He showed the memes. He took on the community feedback. I thought it was very honest. It was him. It was the dude Rattati on the stage giving his opinion on a game, and I felt I felt his passion for it.
Yeah, and it is perfectly in line with this open development. And hey, we are listening. I had a weird feeling going into the event actually in regards to Vanguard, but I'm super excited.
I'm going to mute this just for a second because I want to show you guys this. Like, imagine if you saw this on the kill board. Like, can you recover that in the, down in Eve Vanguard? Do you think that you would be able to recover 400 skill extractors? Seems pretty nuts, but I mean, are people going to just be like watching the board all day long and deciding, oh shit, we need to get down onto the surface and go find those skill extractors? Yeah, I think you might. I think like if someone loses 400, I think maybe you might be able to get one or two of them in like these in loot, but for people to be able to like get all the loot, that's why I'm not really too worried about the whole market thing, because it can't be that you're going to be able to recover everything, right?
For June.
Super cool. We're enough about Vanguard.
It will be contraband skill extractors, yeah, but will be 400 contraband skill extractors. Like, this is one dude who lost 400 of them. Like, if you don't keep them, when the person gets the contraband, I'm sure they're not going to get 400 extractors in one contraband, like, treasure chest or whatever they find, right?
Is there anything else in your notes, in your 15 pages of notes about Vanguard?
I was actually, my main issue always was, what is Vanguard just for EVE players? And is that enough? And then I saw the Steam like link. That to me, that's an interesting.
It's clear, right? I mean,
also, there's a lot of people on Steam, obviously, and if you get into the EVE universe through Vanguard, I mean, that can only be a good thing.
Yeah.
So they can bring in new people into the EVE universe through Vanguard, and then also if they have this new starting area to help teach people how to play the game without risk of getting killed, you could see a pretty serious uptick of new players in EVE Online.
This field is incredibly competitive, but today we saw clear, distinct differentiation to other extraction shooters, to other shooters overall. So I'm very much looking forward to it. Plus, it's looking gorgeous. I mean, that's one value that EVE has always brought to gaming, is that it's always been gorgeous. So if they can translate the concept of gorgeousness plus the forever, those are the two.
This unique thing that it's kind
starting.
of like a module
We
to
will
a
be
game,
back in
a
3
world,
minutes.
an economy that exists for 20 plus
Yeah, but they
years.
also
call it an extraction.
they made so many other errors with 5.1.4 that
it's a gorgeous extraction adventure.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think it was kind of DOA before they could even get to the point where they would try EVE Online, right?
To barbecuing blood.
I don't know what they're doing with it to get to the ink, but
yeah, we're finally going to know. So yesterday,
so far, let's just be honest. It sounds more promising, but that's the whole point of what they're doing here. They're trying to sell you belief into this game that it's nowhere close to being shipped yet, right? Like that's the whole point of this. They're trying to sell you on belief into these games. Any number of things could go wrong before it's actually released. It might not ever get released, but they're selling you on the belief of, and they're selling you on what they're doing right now.
There was a beautiful poem, by the way. I thought the poem, I mean, it gave me the chills. It was dark. It was about dying.
If they're able to do it, then great.
The fleeting moment of time that we're all
Hype it up. That's right.
I mean, it was epic, and to take that and put it on, I think they said 700-year-old process of creating the ink.
Like the ink, or the way the ink is created is
if
that
they
old?
can
And
follow
they're gonna
through
print
and
it on
actually
something called vellum, right? So yesterday you asked me,
come
I said,
through with this
that's too
game,
sciencey
it
for
sounds
me.
great.
Well, you were talking about cows yesterday, and I remember they talked about the vellum being the skin of cows. So that's
Oh man, don't take my bit right now. I just take it easy. Okay.
Yeah.
Give him your notebook, dude.
I don't have notes, dude. I just wing it. You know?
God damn it. I should go to the pop crawl next time as well. I guess that's how it works.
That's
so it is treated animal skin, the vellum. I guess we will get more details.
Oh, you research this now. Okay, go. Hit me.
Okay, so it is treated, I don't know with what, treated as skin or membrane of mostly calf skin.
Oh.
So calf skin
Yeah.
Young cow.
Yeah. And
Cow.
Earth's blood.
Cow.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. It's all coming together. The cradle of war. I got it. Yes.
Oh wow.
Yes.
Okay.
Finally.
Today
All right.
you got it. You got it. See, there's.
I just had to do some drinking, guys. See this now. I get the stuff. You don't understand Earth's jokes sober. Yeah. So that's confirmed.
Oh, wow. That's a bummer. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're gonna finally hear about how all that is done, but certainly very Iceland, right? Very Eve, very Iceland. It's dark. It's epic.
Skip to the next part.
Blood sacrifice. So
Answer is yes. Go. Let's see what the next little bit is.
Get ready for the blood to flow and welcome hematologist, professor, and capsuleer Mark.
What are the? Okay, I guess we'll start watching this. Has it started talking German?
Good morning, everyone.
First is Swiss,
it is
right?
such a pleasure to join you up here today. I'm Mark Crowther. Wow, there's a lot of survivors of the pub crawl last night out there. I'm really impressed, actually. I'm going to talk to you today about a couple of things related to that project that, almost said it, FC Hilmar introduced around writing the history of Eve in blood. And I'll explain how I got involved in this project in a few minutes. Before I get started, I'm very aware of the fact that I stand between you and lunch, and so I will not take up the full length of time. I'm going to do 3 parts to this presentation. The first is I'm going to talk to you a little bit about me, who I am and why I'm standing here. The second is to show you that I am a really bad but long-standing player of Eve. And thirdly, I'm going to talk about the human blood system for a few minutes, and then I'm going to talk more about how this project came about. So here's me as...
What is the next thing? I don't know that I want... How long does it talk about? You guys all watch this? Is it interesting, or it's more than 20 minutes? Like an... They're eventually supposed to like sit down and talk about Eve Online a little bit more in depth, right? I'm just not sure if I want to listen to him talk about writing in blood. It sounded like a cool story, bro, but I don't know that I need to listen to it for half an hour, if you know what I mean. Is it interesting? Okay. We'll start it off. I'm going to go to the washroom while he starts talking.
As a person,
and then I'll be right back.
I work at McMaster University, which is a small university.
Oh, and this is day 2. Is there a day 3 that we also have to watch? I'm not positive. I haven't even actually checked. Is that there was stuff that was today, and I don't know if that's what this was from or if it was. Anyways, we'll watch this. I'll be right back.
University in Hamilton, Ontario, just outside of Toronto. And I spent my entire
Another
career
Canadian.
doing
Love this guy.
research into the blood system, predominantly on how we manage and prevent blood clotting complications. And people say, why is that important? It's really important because half the people in this room will ultimately die of a blood clot, either a heart attack or a stroke. And my job is to reduce the risk of that happening to you, or at least happening soon. So my specialty is hematology, or the study of blood, and particularly blood clotting and what happens when it goes wrong. Why I'm here talking to you today, however, is a little bit different, and that is because I'm an Eve player of no repute. None of you will have ever heard of me. However, I do think that I solve problems, and I do have a lot of interesting hobbies and interesting things that I do. And I wanted to show you this at the start to prove that I'm a really bad Eve player, because I have heard of the Magic 14, and I realize you shouldn't be flying a Hound, but not able to fit an MSH. I realize that. MSHs should be something you do in the first couple days. I know that. So here's me as a capsuleer. I've been in space since November of 2016. I have 15,400 hours on all 4 of my accounts, so I'm a little bit more than average, 7,800 hours on my main, which means that for the 9 years and 1 month I'd played up until I got these statistics, I put in a little over 2.5 hours per day on the game, which I know for many of you is light, I know that. But for me, with a job, that's actually a lot. And I do what I call industry exploration, and I didn't write it here, but what I would call non-consensual PvP. And I've learned many times that EVE has its own form of mathematics, and that is that when you play EVE and you watch YouTube, you should not go into nullsec, because you die, as I will tell you in a second. And I will say that my predominant business in EVE Online is selling nanite repair paste. And for some reason, I actually like the complexity of a combined nullsec and lowsec NRP manufacturing business. My in-game summary is thank goodness for YouTube. I've watched the tutorial many times. I really did understand the tutorial. I flew somewhere and immediately died and rinsed and repeated that. And I will say that despite having flown into many, many gate camps, including one recently and stupidly in Amazon, 15,000 hours in game does not equal 15,000 hours of skill. And I thought I would point this out to you. This is a recent kill that I had in a deluge, which I know you should never die in. And the reason I died on this one is I warped to a gate, which I know, and forgot to put on my cloak, which I know, because I was watching a YouTube video. And I learned that I've met another set of new friends who were not normally at that gate with their bubble. The kill board is really important to me because it doesn't lie except when it does. If you look up, this is my main down here at the bottom. It looks not bad. You know, I know many of you got 100 times that many kills, but for me, that's not bad as someone who doesn't do a lot of PvP. But I've got a number of really important firsts in the game. I have probably killed more cheetahs and asteros than anybody else ever, and you'll see here, I managed to have 2 cheetahs die in just under an hour in 2 different systems, which is hard, I realize. And I will say that I'm extremely proficient at pressing F1, which really does explain the 400 destroyed ships, and that's because for a while I was in CVA before we got our butts kicked and were extirpated from Null, or from Provi. And I've been a long-standing member of EVE University when I first got into the game, and I know that we all have starter corps, but I'm a big fan of EVE University. I've spent a lot of time there when I first got into the game, and more recently I've been there for the last few years trying to help out other players who are getting into the game, which I think is just a super great part of the whole thing. So let's talk about blood for a few minutes. Your blood is a living factory, and blood, people think of it as a liquid. It's actually a tissue. It's produced continuously in the bone marrow from what are called hematopoietic stem cells. And your body, while I'm talking, are making millions and millions and millions of blood cells every second. One single stem cell can regenerate an entire blood system, which is something we do when we do bone marrow transplants on patients. And just to illustrate how fast the bone marrow works, during the course of this talk, I will make about 4.2 billion red blood cells. That's 1 for every 2 people on Earth. Today, I'll make about 302 billion. That's about 30 for every person on Earth. This year, I'll make about 110 trillion. That's the cost of a random encounter in lowsec this year. And since I started playing EVE Online, I've made about a quadrillion, which is the cost of one of the big nullsec wars, I think. The blood system is amazing. It really is amazing. And what I'm going to try to do is relate parts of the blood system in the next couple of slides to what you guys understand as the EVE Pilot's Guide. So the way that I think of the blood system is it carries things around. It stops you from bleeding when you cut yourself, and it also helps to fight off infections. And my son, who also plays EVE and is out in the audience somewhere, I can't see because of the lights, was explaining to me this
my
idea
problem with
of,
my blood? My blood is too good at clotting. True story, actually. My blood is too efficient, so it tries to kill me every once in a while. So I have to be on blood thinners. My blood is just too strong.
You can call them Death Stars, but they're sometimes called something else, but I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say that on stage.
Death Star?
Death Stars. Because your immune system is really designed to do 2 things. It's designed to wear down the attackers, and it has armaments. So it's truly a Death Star. And the fact that it's truly a Death Star is the fact it can actually kill things. So I'm going to talk about the parts of the blood system in ways that you guys might understand. So I've already said the stem cell is the keep star. It is the key thing that drives the game, at least in some places. Then we have red blood cells. You're all familiar with them. You cut yourself shaving. You have an injury. You bleed. The red blood cells come out. They're like T1 haulers. They're countless. They're expendable. They're cheap. They have one job, and they have a limited lifespan, sometimes shorter than others. Neutrophils are one of the white blood cells. They help you fight infections. They're like drones. They just go, attack, and die, as mine find out regularly. They're first responders. They swarm and destroy. They're not smart. They don't think. They just go. Neutrophils, macrophages are the thing that goes around and cleans up after the battle, but also learns, as a result of that, some of the stuff that was destroyed to help you fight off future infections. So in my mind, it's like a Noctis with a whole bunch of sanguine, or one sanguine tractor unit. It cleans the battlefield, it eats the dead, and then presents the intel that it finds. T cells are the recon ships. They're the ones that go around, they remember the enemies, they find new targets, they coordinate the strikes, they help you to know what's going on. B cells are POS defenses. They just sit there, they're waiting. As soon as they encounter a target, they blow it up. Platelets are like Logi. They're never on the kill board, but they don't fight, but they do keep everything
Autonomous
from falling
Donk, have you
apart.
been lately, man?
NK cells, which stands for natural killer cells, that's what we actually call them, are like Black Ops. They just appear, they kill things completely, and they disappear afterwards. Inside the blood itself, there's really a whole bunch of things to think
Nixon,
about.
what's
So
up,
the
dude?
first is there's red blood cells. These only have one job, and that's to carry oxygen around. And this is my little AI generated. All the pictures in this are generated by AI unless I note otherwise. This is my little AI generated red blood cell. She or he is carrying oxygen around to your tissues, and without red blood cells, you will die. If you become very anemic, that is your red blood cell count falls, you can get into a lot of trouble and die. Then you have white blood cells. They're the infection fighters. These are your neutrophils. They're just getting ready to non-specifically take on whatever they charge at. Inside some of the white blood cells, we have DNA. And DNA is what encodes you. It is you. It is what determines what you are, what you look like, what you sound like, lots and lots of your characteristics. And inside every white blood cell, there's a full genome. That is, you are fully encapsulated in every single one of your white blood cells. Your genome is your unique biological signature. The liquid part of blood contains proteins, hormones, nutrients, and all kinds of chemical signals. It's basically like the communication system that we have in EVE Online. It's like local, except it doesn't go down. Platelets are the little sticky things that stop you from bleeding when you cut yourself. They just charge around looking for injuries and clog them up. So blood is simultaneously a fuel and supply line. It's your logistics people. It's the immune army. It's what helps you fight infection. It's the communication network. It's local. It never goes down. And it's the waste disposal system. It's those guys who appear after the big battle to clean up all the bits and pieces. Blood does an amazing trick, like really amazing. If you live to be 90, it's a liquid for the entire 90 years. But if you cut yourself, it turns into a solid in a matter of minutes. This could not have been designed by a committee, because there's no way it would work reliably every single time in every single human. And to accomplish this, there's about 20 different coagulation proteins that circulate in your blood. There's coagulation factors, which are mysteriously numbered using Roman numerals, but discontinuous, so there's a 1, but no 2 or 3. Well, there's a 2, no 3, no 4, there is a 5. Coagulation factors are just circulating around in the blood all the time, waiting to do something. It's like when you get that keep the FC at range order. They're circulating, they're waiting, but not doing anything. Tissue factor is what starts coagulation. You cut yourself shaving, you get a little bit of an injury, a blood vessel is breached, blood starts to leak out, a system is turned on instantaneously by exposing something called tissue factor. Tissue factor is the sino. You know, when the sino goes, the action's about to start, and tissue factor is the beacon that starts the coagulation factor. Thrombin is down at the bottom of the coagulation cascade. It's what is running the battle. It controls all aspects of coagulation. It's the FC, not Fenris, calling primaries, the fleet commander, Fibrin mesh, your body lays down a mesh over the site of injury using something called fibrinogen, which is converted to fibrin. That's the bubble. That's what's slowing everything down. That's what's keeping things in places. It's an insoluble lattice that locks the field in place. Nothing moves. Then, of course, you can't just have a battle go on forever. Well, sometimes you can, at least until downtime. But here, you have a system that breaks down the blood clot. It's activated very quickly because you don't want uncontrolled blood clotting to occur, and these are called natural anticoagulants. And I think about these as being like Concord and rules of engagement. And then finally, fibrinolysis is what comes along days or weeks after the injury to dissolve that blood clot and get rid of it. And that's like that little fleet of noctises that come out after a big battle. They clean up and they recycle. The arsenal is what your blood contains to help you fight infections. And so there's first responders and then some specialists, just like in the game that we all play. In the front line, we have the complement system, which is an ancient system which actually exists in jellyfish in some cases, which also exists in humans, which helps us fight infections. C3A and C5A are two components of that. They're signalers. They go out and tell the body there's something going on. Histamine and other chemicals that are released into the blood, they're the broadcasts that I talked about earlier. Complement C3b is the target painter. It sticks on things and says to cells, you need to do something about this cell, it's bad. Neutrophil nets are something that slow things down. They're the scram plus the web. I've already said phagocytes, neutrophils, and drones. Respiratory burst is like a smart bomb. For those of you who haven't played for too long out on TV land, I'm sure everybody in the audience has played for more than I have. I know when you warp to that gate in Abazan and suddenly you're in your capsule back home and you realize you were smart bombed, that's a respiratory burst. And then finally, the body has the big gun, which it doesn't bring out very often, which is called the membrane attack complex, which just basically punches a hole in a blood cell when complement is activated. And that's like the ultimate doomsday. It kills cells, just blasts, literally blasts holes in them, and the inside of the cell leaks out to the outside. So those are the kind of things that are deployed in emergency situations and first deployed. Then we have the specialists which come along and help afterwards. We have cells that clean things up. We have cells that help other cells to do the immune function, the helper T cells. We have cells that are specific killers, cytotoxic T cells, they're marauders. NK cells, I've already talked about that, blops or stealth bombers, they appear and disappear. Then we have the antibodies. They're the things your body makes to help fight infection.
Yesterday we had like an
missiles.
astrophysics lesson, and today we're having like a hematology lecture.
Cell memory, which is how you remember things from the past. So those are alliance cell fittings. And then finally, I talked about Concord before. It's kind of the thing that runs the system to keep it all safe. So now let's talk about blood and how it relates to EVE Online.
Oh, okay.
So
We are going to talk about this.
Raiders.
Okay.
Many of us have spent a lot of time in the fall Crimson Harvest thing. And it's super interesting to me when I was doing some reading about how the Blood Raider lore in the game is really related to a whole bunch of human lore from the real world. There's a lot of parallels. So we all know, I think, that the Blood Raiders are
I have no idea what he is,
and they have
how this has got anything to do with the game. I guess he's trying to make comparisons, but
in the blood. And the Blood Raiders harvest blood, they study it, and they believe that immortality lives not in the form of a capsule, but inside of the blood. Capsuleers cheat death through cloning, which I've done hundreds of times. The Blood Raiders are looking for something even more older and something more enduring. And as we all know, in the fall, Crimson Harvest allows us to explore that. Blood Raiders are the villains, at least to some of us. I know some of you celebrate them, and yet they're asking the same questions that really CCP or Fenris was when they decided to undertake this project of writing the history of EVE in blood. What would you put your blood into, and how would you get it there to make something last forever? And if you want to take away from Sani Sabik, which is from the Blood Raider Covenant, the soul is biological, material, and transferable. Blood is life. Thought is irrelevant, which is what's important to think when you're playing EVE Online to some extent. The blood has always been sacred to humans. Many of you will be familiar with some of the rituals that have evolved over the course of human history around this. Viking blots were ceremonies that were carried out in the Viking era 1,000 years ago, where blood from victims was sprinkled on altars or the ground. And as a result of that, it was part of a community bonding initiative to gods through this shared substance of human blood. This happened in Iceland. Viking blots occurred here, and this was about 1,000 years ago. And again, for those of you who are Christian, there's the whole Eucharist thing. The wine becomes blood, it's consumed, and as a result of being consumed, it's made part of you. Some of you may be familiar with Aztec rituals, which involved what I would call particularly gruesome forms of bloodletting. But rulers pierced their own flesh, oftentimes their tongue, and sacrificed their personal blood to sustain the cosmos. And there are many more in many other traditions where blood and ritual sacrifice and the honoring of blood is part of how societies run. Blood is identity, it is a covenant, it is a thing that you share with those who matter. And many of you will be familiar with runestones. This is an AI-generated representation of a runestone, but they oftentimes refer to rituals, and those rituals oftentimes involve human blood. In the real world, this idea of blood as something that is important in ritual is actually factual. And so many of you will be aware of the idea of Dracula or vampires, not just as monsters that drink human blood, but as something that actually has a medical diagnosis which underlies it. And so there's a disease that humans can get called porphyria. It's very, very rare. But basically what happens is your body has trouble making red blood cells. And when it tries to make them, it only is partially effective, and byproducts which shouldn't normally accumulate. And as a result of that, those byproducts go into the tissues and they cause damage. And as a result of that, some people who have porphyria, not all of them, get extreme photosensitivity. That means if they go into the sun, which doesn't happen very often here in Iceland, they can get very bad skin reactions. And in fact, they can actually erode off their fingers and their toes. They can erode off parts of their face. And so if you look in Wikipedia, you'll see some particularly gruesome pictures of people who've lost their nose or their fingers as a result of this disease. And the reason why Iceland is important is many of those people move north because they get less sun exposure, and so it's safer for them. I actually know somebody who's got one of the extreme forms of this, and he lives in the far north of Norway simply because it makes it safer for him to go outside. They also get funny colored staining of their teeth and urine, which is probably why vampire blood and teeth has become so important. They can develop a whole range of psychiatric conditions, psychosis, seizures, and personality change. And over time, as I said, facial disfigurement occur. But interestingly enough, drinking blood may actually alleviate the symptoms. And in fact, this was discovered in medieval times, and communities witnessed it, and that probably led to the development of the whole lore around vampires in human culture. And today, if we had someone admitted to my hospital tonight with a very serious case of one of these porphyrias, and they're very rare conditions, we would actually treat them with an intravenous form of one of the components of blood, because it specifically blocks that thing called hematin. So in fact, we actually use a component of blood to treat this disorder in 2026.
I'm one of those people that when I hear things like this that I've never really heard before, I have to look it up. So he was talking about how people get like disfigured and stuff like that from this disease. This is like examples of that's pretty gruesome. Anyways, we'll carry on.
So the Blood Raiders theology is a medieval clinical observation in theological language. So why am I here? Why am I standing on this stage? Why have you got into the audience early in the morning after surviving the drink-a-thon last night? I'm here because FC Hilmar posed a problem last year when he stated on stage the story of EVE Online is going to be written in blood. And I was sitting somewhere out in the audience with my son beside me, and when I heard him say that, I looked at my son and I said, "That is really cool." And then I immediately said, "That is really dumb." Like, really, really dumb. And the reason it's really dumb is that you're going to create two immediate problems. The first is, creating this book will create an extremely expensive biohazard, because human blood is a biohazard. Many of us have conditions that are transmissible through blood, and those can be transmitted to other people through uncontrolled use of blood. And so it would never be allowed to create the book out of human blood. It just wouldn't. There's no way you could do it. But secondarily, and more importantly to some extent, blood just makes terrible ink. You can't use it as ink. It's not possible. So I was sitting in my office, and this is from PC Gamer. EVE Online Studio CCP is making a medieval-style tome of epic poetry inked in the blood of players to commemorate the games. It turns out to store information, a really good way is to take blood and write on calfskin. Not sure that's very accurate. But blood is a very enduring memorial of every single person in this room, and so I'll tell you how we got to being able to actually do this. So if you want to turn it into something really cool and really dumb, safely, ethically, and without creating a biohazard, you need a hematologist for this case. And so in August or September, I was sitting at my desk, and I got an email from then CCP saying, "Are you a hematologist?" I said, "Yep." They said, "Could we talk?" I said, "Yep." And they said, "We have a problem." I said, "I know you have a problem." And I got on the blower with them, and I said, "Is your problem that your CEO or your boss has stated that you will write the history of Eve in blood?" And another Hilmar, differently, is on the phone, and he said, "Yeah, that's my problem." I said, "Good." And so we met a few times, and we developed a plan that will allow us to actually fulfill that obligation. And the obligation is that for every one of you who go up the stairs to the 4th floor and get a little finger poke done, it's painless, it's fast, it's just 1 drop of blood, we will be able to show you, if you wish, that you are in the ink that was used to write the history of EVE Online. So let's talk a bit about what this is all about. You saw this picture yesterday if you were here. What is an Edda? An Edda is a medieval Icelandic text. It contains either prose or poetry, and you heard yesterday that this is going to be a book of poetry. I was brought to my attention some of the excitement on Reddit, which I call the land that all grumpy people inhabit, about the fact that we shouldn't be writing poetry, we should be improving the game. That's for Fenris to decide. I can tell you that I think, personally, this is an exceptionally cool project, and it is exceptionally unique to EVE. No other video game, in my opinion, could ever do this because no other video game has the kind of incredibly dedicated audience. 7,800 hours on my main is actually the average for the attendees of this conference. You heard that yesterday. The average person who paid to attend here on their character they registered with has 7,800 hours. I won't point out to you how many days that represents in time, but it's a ridiculous amount.
7,800 hours?
Icelandic Eddas preserve the stories of gods, giants, heroes, and the end of worlds, and you heard that yesterday. And they were...
Hold on. Let's do some math here. Because, 7,800? That's 325 days. Let's just round it up and call it 1 full year.
Composed predominantly in the 1200s, but traditions are much older than that. It's a living container for memory, and it's a way to make stories survive. The original Eddas were written on vellum. Vellum is stretched calf skin. That will be done for this version as well. It's not paper, it's straight, scraped, stretched, and dried. And it's extremely enduring. The Eddas have the stories of gods and the death of worlds, which were inscribed on the bodies of living things. For those of you who have some extra time in Iceland, one of the things that's oftentimes missed when you're touring Reykjavik, I'm a big fan of Iceland, I've been here 5 times in the last 4 years. One of the museums that people oftentimes miss is the Edda Museum. I got Google Maps to draw a little picture here. It's a 25-minute slow walk from here, a 3-minute scooter ride. And it is a great museum, which is singularly dedicated to storing, preserving, and displaying safely the Icelandic Eddas. I would strongly recommend you go there if you have any interest in this area at all. It contains at least 22 medieval Icelandic texts. I don't know the final number. And the one we saw on stage
3.56 years. I guess that is, like, when he said how much time that he spent, I was... Obviously, I played World of Warcraft for way longer than that, like 7,800 hours. It was like, okay, that's just not that much time. Like, I know I have that beat in World of Warcraft. But also, I probably played World of Warcraft a lot more than your typical player as well. So 7,800 hours on average per person there. That's actually quite a bit. I think if you were to take the average person that was playing, although if you took the average person that went to BlizzCon, maybe it would be comparable. I don't know.
Came from there, and it also.
You played WoW for like 1,100 days? I have no idea how many I played for, but it's way longer than 7,800. Smells like pussy in here. Okay. But like, do you guys remember when Asmongold, I don't know if you probably don't know who he is, but he displayed how many hours he'd played on his main or something like that. It was like several years.
Has a great explanation of both the texts themselves and the places and places the texts and where that extra M came from in an appropriate context. I strongly recommend you go there if you're interested in Icelandic history, and many of you probably attended that. So what is the Capsuleer Edda project? So it is, as you've heard, a handcrafted vellum tome charting the history of EVE Online. It's written by calligraphers using period-specific inks. They are actually going to use feather quill pens to write this. There are people in Iceland who do this professionally. And the ink is going to be made this summer by an alchemist, that's what they're actually referred to as, who will make it from the natural products using
7,800 hours is what he said the average person in the audience has played EVE Online for. And when he first said that, I was like, that doesn't seem like that much. And then when I was sitting there thinking about it, I was trying to compare it to what I've played in other MMOs, specifically WoW. And then I had to remind myself, okay, I've obviously played World of Warcraft way more than your average player, right? So
what we understand to be the original formula for the ink. Someone asked me, why would you do that? Why wouldn't you use a modern ink? I said, well, I can't imagine that something that I write in modern ink is going to exist 1,000 years from now, if anything exists 1,000 years from now. But I can guarantee you that this can, because we have documentary evidence just a few kilometers from here that things written with this ink on vellum can exist 1,000 years later. This is going to be exactly the same as it would have been done hundreds of years ago. It's not printed, it's not digital, it's handwritten on skin and ink.
I'm gonna have to maybe do that, Harvestream. The problem is I don't have I'm not really willing to log into, because I don't even have retail installed on my computer. And I'm just not really willing to go through the hassle of doing all that just to find out how many hours I played, but it would be a lot.
But unlike the original Eddas, this one here will be written by people understanding from us what the story of Eve is. The Blood Raiders sought immortality through blood. The scribes of Iceland sought immortality through story. We are doing both.
Iridian.
How are we going to do this? So let's talk for a minute about
Welcome
the
to the
science
stream,
of
dude.
biological permanence. DNA is the most information-dense storage medium ever discovered. Every white blood cell carries a complete copy of your genome. DNA can be extracted, purified, stabilized, and preserved. And under the right condition, it can survive for thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions of years. There is extracted, proven woolly mammoth DNA from 1 million years ago that has been taken out and reproduced. And there are complete human genomes from the Viking era.
Come on, we gotta clone a woolly mammoth or something, right? One of these days, right? Like, I know some people are dead set against cloning stuff, like morally, but come on, let's make a fucking woolly mammoth.
From 1,000 years ago, and many older human genomes as well. This is the molecule that makes you. And some of you may see in this news in the summer, this is a little mouse where a company called Colossal, which is trying to recreate the woolly mammoth and is close to doing so, took the gene for the fur.
I think they have actually cloned certain animals. I think that's what he's saying here, is somebody's cloned this mouse. And I want to say there was somebody like saying that they were thinking about doing a woolly mammoth, and like putting the fetus into an actual like elephant or something like that.
Of a mammoth, and put it into a mouse and created a woolly mouse. And then some of you think, well, wait a second, are we heading towards Jurassic Park with this? And I can tell you, we are. This is not a woolly mammoth, but my goal as somebody who's doing research in this area is to see whether we can have pet velociraptors before I die. When
that
I
would
asked
be
Copilot
nuts.
to draw that picture of a velociraptor, as I said, I've corrupted Copilot so badly that originally it drew it with a cigarette hanging out of its mouth. So what do we actually do? We take your blood, we put it on a piece of filter paper, as you saw for those who've done it. It literally takes a minute. We then cut out that sample, we extract the blood from it, we sterilize it so that it's not a biohazard. Then we extract the DNA. So every single person who contributes will have a DNA sample which goes into a machine which then cuts it up into little pieces and those little pieces will be preserved and injected into the ink. You might say, well, wait a second, I don't want to do this because you'll be able to find me in there. There's two reasons why we won't be able to find you in there. So the first is, when it's drawn, your piece of paper is just thrown into a vat. It's not labeled. We're not recording whose is whose. That's a very simple way of anonymizing things. But chemically, when we chop the DNA up, it's going to be mixed together with everybody else's. You'll have a soup of many small pieces of DNA, and that DNA will then be extracted, and it'll be injected into the ink. There's a second part of this, which I learned yesterday, which is some of the red coloring that will be used in the ink is actually derived from iron. And the iron for some parts of the ink, I understand, I'm not involved in this part of the project, will actually come from the blood as well, which is really, really cool and an added little bit of the story. But from my perspective, our commitment is that when you say to us, am I in there? I can say, you are absolutely in there because we have taken a sample of you, we have chopped it up into little pieces, and we have injected it into the ink. It's not a metaphor, it's molecular biology. And so when CCP then called me and said, we would like your help to make this project work, this is what I brought to them, the ability to actually fulfill their promise to the capsuleers. Now, you might think, well, wait a second, I'm worried about all this stuff, and I can guarantee you, as someone who does medical research at a fairly high level, that this project has met all of the requirements of safe, ethical, and enduring projects in the year 2026. And so this is my drawn picture of an Icelandic, this scribe, writing with a quill pen into an Edda, surrounded by a team of extremely high-priced New York lawyers, and I can assure you we have done this. So the lawyers have seen this, they're happy with it. Every person participating signs informed consent. You would have seen that when you went up there. It's anonymous by design, simply because we just mix up the samples. More scientifically, because we chop things up into fragments. It's legally verified. It's had the appropriate ethical review required by the government of Iceland. It's completely non-invasive. It's just a piece of filter paper. It is not a blood draw. It's minimally painful. But the end product will presumably, certainly outlast me, and hopefully outlast many of you. You heard yesterday FC Hilmar telling us that he has a lead on getting a copy of this thing to the moon. If it was anybody else, I would say that's not possible, but given that it's him,
thanks, Sharvia.
It could well happen.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
How he was going to do that, and believe me, I can't tell you what it is, but he does have a plan. The good news is you'll be able to see the book. The other copy will be stored in the Edda Museum, I understand. That's what I understand. So if you want to, when you come back in a few years, you'll be able to go down to the Edda Museum and see the history of Eve there.
Sharvia, we're talking about making
why
a
this
book
matters. I think we all know this.
written
Eve is
in our
20
own
plus
blood.
years of human stories.
That's what they're talking about here.
Capsuleers have built empires, collapsed economies, grieved, celebrated, betrayed, and endured. A lot of salt has been generated in this game. Much of it by me initially when I realized that I was dying again and again. In our opinion, or in my opinion, those stories deserve a monument other than the one that might just be a few hundred meters from here. Again, for those of you who haven't seen the Eve monument, just a little short walk down there to go have a look at it. The Edda is that monument written in community memory, inscribed in community biology. In the game, Blood Raiders harvest blood to chase.
Is this book, is it supposed to be like a book of all the stories of EVE Online, kind of like down the rabbit hole sort of thing, like written out in blood? Is that the idea here?
Immortality, and we're going to achieve the goal of having you incorporated into a book that records at least some of the history of EVE Online. This is really important because EVE is a game of memories, and I think one of the reasons why so many of us have played the game for so much time when we have other things we should probably be doing. It is one server, one universe, and has been played since May 2003. Congratulations to the person who attended the conference this year who signed up on the first day. That's remarkable. Every pilot in this room has shared a sky and sometimes weapon receipt with every other pilot in this room. This is not a normal game in my opinion, and I don't think there's any others that have this. And many of us have made friends in this game. Some of my friends are sitting in the audience that I would never have met through anything else other than this game. And I put in some of the reasons why you make friends: betrayals you never forget, 3-year-long wars, voice channels that are open for half your...
No, Sharvia, this is like, it's called FanFest. It's basically like the BlizzCon for EVE Online. So this is one of the speakers.
Your life. People don't understand when I go to a meeting with a whole bunch of really important people at my university, when my phone dings, sometimes it's a Discord about nothing related to work. And having 20 plus Discord servers, and I can't figure out how to use Discord,
You
so
can
I have to
press
ask other people.
no.
I'm too old to use Discord effectively. These are not friendships of convenience. These are people who held the line when you went AFK at 3 a.m. for
I don't know how this works. You can describe the next song in chat. Type something out, chat. I want to see how this works.
They say history is written by the victors.
If nobody says anything, it's going to make up its own song. It's all AI generated.
History is written by the skin. Heroes are made by the sword.
Freighter Gank? Okay, let's see if it... Let's see if it's mentioned this.
In the oven. Chat. 3 minutes left. Keep this train alive to unlock it.
We stand on the edge of Thunder Bluff.
What?
Charvia is the hype train king.
What is the edge of Thunder Bluff?
The stakes.
We've never talked about Thunder Bluff tonight. It is AI generated, yeah. No, you got a hype train started though, Charvia, with just one sub. It says it's generating a song, so I... But it's interrupting our video. I've never seen it do this before though, where it tells you to like type in chat. There you go, Blood and Iron Edda. What? So I think it actually listens to the stream. That's hilarious. Can we turn it up?
Chat, your brand new track is ready. You
There it
know what
goes.
to do.
New
Level
song.
up the train to unlock it.
Liberta asked me. A hype train is going. Make up random words related to Eve Online. Warp Drift, Plexmire, Null Fog, Iskrot, Sinojuice, Doc Goblin, Ratshank, Grid Melt, Podslip, Titan Bleed. Just a bunch of glorious nonsense leaking out while I'm jammed in this meathead with you. Watching Alidar try to keep the ship from exploding.
Time remaining 2 minutes.
Roll it up. Roll it up. Roll it up.
I want to see if it talks about what you guys typed in chat.
Van Hammer is watching and waits in the dark. But we do not blink. We are taking a risk. A calculated risk.
Caviar, Liberta subscribed.
Are you ready to see?
Hey, thanks for the 25 bits, Caviar. Where's the lyrics?
Band leg moving slow.
Time remaining 1 minute. We need 3 subs to push this train up a level.
Hey, just give the vocals.
Fabric slides away. Here to save the day.
Hey, thanks for the sub, dude.
Caviar Liberta subscribed and has taken the crown from Charvia. 30 seconds. Time is running out.
That is weird
There
that
is only
it brought up the
12
Viking
seconds
stuff.
left.
And the Edda stuff. Like, that's... Anyways, thank you very much for the hype train, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you both for your subs.
The hype train has reached its destination.
We'll continue on with this, but thank you very much. Yeah, we're throwing a party, Mavo. We can turn that down a little bit now. All right, let's continue on with this talk about writing books and blood.
For many different reasons, including going to the bathroom.
I wanted to see if it was going to start like making the lyrics about writing books and blood.
We all know about the Molia Cemetery. If you've been there, it's, obviously no other game has anything like that. I'd strongly encourage you to go there to have a look if you haven't. And I think all of us have probably participated in Sino Vigils, which again, I think are extremely unique to this game and a real marker of this. And Sino rituals are essentially pagan funerals in space. And the Molia Cemetery is the only true graveyard in a video game.
I've never heard of this before.
So, fly safe is not a goodbye, it is a vow. And someone really has to write the history of Eve down, and we're going to do that. We're going to make this accomplished for you. So my final slide, in New Eden, we die and wake again, and in my case, again and again, and again and again and again and again and again. And in this book, we simply never die. Fly safe only if you want to. And if you haven't yet gone and give a sample, please walk up the stairs right outside the door here. Give a sample. The young ladies up there will get the sample out of you. It's painless, it's fast, and you will contribute meaningfully to this super interesting project. Thank you for your attention.
Interesting and maybe a little weird. I think we can safely say maybe also a little weird, but cool at the same time. Okay, what is next? What is next here? I just want to skip ahead to see what they're talking about next.
Kind of the Emperor's Day. Like we have Emperor selection right.
Creating this collective is sort of, they've sort of created
a mass scale, and then thinking in non-traditional ways about it. Like they're not.
Is this Vanguard? Because it's the Vanguard.
Values.
Wrong way to define a group.
Yeah, that's definitely how we've been sort of.
Okay, this guy was one of the Vanguard guys. This guy, what's he talking
Aladar
about?
says, let's turn this down. The viewers say turn down for what?
Turn down for what? What? Fuck. Turn down for what? I don't know who these guys are or what they're talking about here. I'm just wondering what's coming up. I think what we're gonna do here. Get back to the end of this. So we're at 2 hours into. So we've got another 5 hours left. So I think. Thank you for using Tangia, dude. I appreciate that. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna save this for tomorrow. And this will be tomorrow's stream. Because I think they go basically in depth into all the games, like Vanguard, EVE Online, and stuff like that. Stuff that they're wanting to do. And I can't screw up my sleep schedule because I got to get up super early for work on Monday morning. So we will save the last 5 hours for tomorrow's stream. Is there another? Hold on. Is there another? Let me do. They're in
thinking about them.
Is there another video from today? No, it's just. What the hell am I listening to now? What are we listening to? Oh, is that this? Okay, that confused me. I thought you guys used like another one of the bits things or something. Okay. All right, guys. It was the lore part. Okay. So I definitely want to watch that. So I think this here, day 2, that's what we're watching. This is also from day 2. Well, this is just an hour and a half. This video part of this separate video. Anyways, I think we'll have time to get through both. Anyways, if this is separate, we'll watch it as well. But I don't think that there was a day 3, right? So we finished this. Yeah, we're partway through this. This looks like it's just a continuation of this. So we'll watch this and this tomorrow. It's like 6 hours video, and we'll leave it there. Sorry, I'm not going to continue on watching all of that tonight, but yeah, I can't stay up till 10 o'clock in the morning. But thank you very much for coming in and watching this. I do want to see what the more in-depth stuff that they have coming out for their expansion, and it looks like we've got some renewed interest in Vanguard as well. So, who do you guys want me to raid? I don't know if I know who Gustav Manfred is. I don't know if he's a. Anyways, looks like he's doing solo PvP, or is there someone else? I don't really know any of the people that are streaming right now, so it looks like everybody's been raiding into Gustav Manfred. I think everyone's been. So shall we continue him? He looks like he hasn't been streaming that long, so presumably he a while as well. Is that good enough for you guys? That. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow though. I don't really have a lot to do tomorrow. I've got laundry to do. I gotta go to the gym. And I gotta do grocery shopping. That's basically about it. Yeah, they are all in Iceland, aren't they? Anyways, thank you very much for watching, guys. I'm glad to see a lot of the Eve viewers that I got to know when I was playing Eve before. I've seen several of you pop in the chat and say hi, so it's good to see a bunch of you guys back again. If you see me playing World of Warcraft, that doesn't mean I've stopped playing Eve. The plan is for me to get one of my characters to level 70, and then I'm going to be doing what's called raid logging, if you're not familiar with the term. It basically means I'll be playing the character once a week to raid, and then the rest of the week I can play whatever I want, i.e. EVE Online. So if you see me leveling that character up several streams this coming week, that means I'm trying to get the character up to 70 as fast as possible so I can get it into raid logging as fast as possible. So, and I would like to have that done before this new expansion comes out for EVE Online. So thank you very much for watching, everyone. We'll hand it over to Gustav Manfred. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. Thank you very much, guys. 07. Oh, there's something else I need to tell you. There's something else that I need to tell you. It's very important.